Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 106. Calm Waters. Or. Another day, another battle done. While Mei and Zabuza were fighting against Kisame, Suijutsu was helping Aomai to deal with Reiga Kurosuke. The two living swordsmen were staring down at the undead one, who was ready to attack at any moment. So, what's your plan to deal with this guy without getting fried? Aomai asked in a whisper. I know something that can work. But I need you to act as fast as possible, and cut down both his arms, Suijutsu told her, as he adopted a defensive position. Will you be able to do it? The redhead frowned at him. Your lack of faith in my abilities is insulting. Just wanted to be sure, no need to get so touchy, geez. Suijutsu said, before he caught something in the corner of his eye. Shit. For less than a second, the Hojiki clan member took his eyes from Reiga, which the zombie took as a cue to strike him down. Fortunately, Aomai was just as fast, and she was able to parry the blow with both her swords. Electric sparks danced from both blades. Still doubting my skill? Aomai said, before pushing Reiga back with an oomph, before delivering fast-paced swings, forcing the undead ninja into the defensive. That moment, Suijutsu jumped forward, and tossed the sewing needle at Reiga as if it was a javelin. Reiga, however, managed to deflect the piercing blade without much effort. Ha! Amateurish? The undead swordsman boasted. You think so? How about this then? Suijutsu pulled the wire attached to the sword to retrieve it back his sword, as he aimed at Reiga with his other hand, making a finger gun. Water release, water gun. The white-haired ninja fired multiple bullets of pressurized water at Reiga, but the undead swordsman deflected them with his electrically enhanced swords, pushing him a little backwards with each shot. Aomai dashed to Reiga through his left flank, and decided it was time to attack. Her own swords also crackled with electricity. However, one hand was all what Reiga needed to block the red-headed girl's blow. And you aren't much better. Reiga said, before kicking her back. You aren't proving to be worth of a good funeral. Kind of ironic, from somebody who appeared out of a coffin. And to the coffin you'll go back. Suijutsu said, as he tossed his sword at Reiga again. The result was the same, with Reiga easily parrying the giant needle, and Suijutsu pulling it back with the attached ninja wire. That moment, Aomai chose to attack once again, but Reiga's reflexes proved to be far better than they appeared, and expertly blocked her thrust, before pushing the sword aside and sending her tumbling on her back with a powerful kick. I'm starting to get tired of you, you cheeky little girl. The former Kirigakuer swordsman yelled, as he dashed towards her. Die already. Shit. Still on the ground, Aomai raised both swords to block the incoming swing, but said strike never came, much to her confusion. Reiga's right arm was held in the air, trembling, as if it tried to move but it was unable to. What the? Reiga said, looking at his immobilized arm in disbelief. That moment, both Reiga and Aomai noticed a brief metallic shine, and the two of them realized that his arm was wrapped in ninja wire. Wire that was attached to the sewing needle Suijutsu was pulling. You thought that by parrying my sword, you'll be safe, didn't you? Suijutsu said in a mocking tone, as he pulled with even greater strength. The greatest danger is the one that it's not so easily seen. Idiot. You're the one who put himself in danger. Reiga replied, as his body started to crackle with electricity. Said electricity ran through the wires, until it reached Suijutsu, who started to scream. Aomai. He yelled between spasms. The redhead took no time to strike. Reiga raised his other sword to protect his immobilized arm, but the red-headed swordswoman already anticipated what he would do, and feinted to the right, before the true swing came, slicing Reiga's right arm. Not letting him any time to react, Aomai moved once again, and sliced the immobilized arm, breaking the connection between Reiga and Suijutsu, much to the watery ninja's relief. Like we said before, this is going to be your funeral, nobody else's. Aomai shouted before he kicked the now armless Reiga into the chest, making him fall on his back, before stabbing her two swords into the zombie's chest, and unleash an electric discharge through his body. Seal Master Ninjas. Take care of this asshole. Fortunately, a couple seal masters happened to be around the zone, and quickly rushed to Rega in order to seal his body. While they worked, Ameirai walked towards Suijitsu. The last Hojiki clansman was on one knee, using the sewing needle as a cane, smoke coming from his body. "Hey," Ameirai said. "You okay?" I've been better," Suijitsu replied. He looked up, and saw that the redhead was offering him a hand. Suijitsu accepted it, and let her pull him to his feet. "Thank you. Nice stunt you pulled there." "That was quite badass," the redhead complimented. "Not to say that I wouldn't beat him on my own, but thanks to you, we got rid of him much faster." "Heh, nice to hear that," Suijitsu said, as he felt his watery body slowly recover from the electric shock. "So, let's go help Kojuro. He won't last long against my brother on his own." "Sure. Lead the way, Suijitsu." Mainjitsu and Kojuro continued their duel, both Hiramekarei clashing against each other. However, it was quite obvious which one was the most skilled swordsman. Mainjitsu was the one dictating the pace of the fight, while his poor bespectacled apprentice could do little other than defend while being pushed back, until he inevitably run out of space to fall back to. "Come on Kojuro, fight back!" Mainjitsu shouted, as his onslaught intensified. "If you keep fighting like this, I'm going to kill you." "I'm trying," Kojuro said, as he tried to put more strength into his blows. However, that didn't change that for every time he tried to attack his former sensei, Mainjitsu attacked 5 times in return. "But no matter what I do, my skill pales compared to yours. Your skill matches my own at the very worst. If that wasn't the case, I would never have chosen you as my apprentice." Mainjitsu yelled, as his swings became more brutal. "Come on Kojuro, show me that I wasn't mistaken. Show me how much you've grown since I last saw you." Mainjitsu delivered one final swing with his fake Hiramekarei towards Kojuro, but the blue-haired ninja reacted in time, and parried it with his own. Mainjitsu tried to push forward, but found that Kojuro was pushing back with just as much strength. The bespectacled ninja wouldn't bolga, not anymore. "You mean it, sensei?" Kojuro asked. "I'm not one to deliver compliments if I didn't mean them. Life's too short to waste it on lies and deceptions," Mainjitsu said, before smiling sadly. "I should know that better even now, given that I'm no longer alive." Kojuro's Hiramekarei started to brightly glow with chakra, before he pushed his former sensei back. "I always believed that I wasn't worthy of being your apprentice, sensei," Kojuro said, as he delivered a wide horizontal swing, releasing a crescent-shaped chakra blade at Mainjitsu. Mainjitsu's sword glue with chakra as well, and with another strike, shattered Kojuro's chakra blast. "I know. That's why I always made my mission to make you see the amazing potential you possess. Once you see it, you'll become more confident, and will be unstoppable." This time, the chakra around Kojuro's Hiramekarei took the shape of a hammer, as Kojuro leaped at his former sensei, slamming the hammer down. Mainjitsu jumped backwards just in time to avoid the blow, but the resulting hit resulted in a powerful shockwave that pushed Mainjitsu backwards, almost making him fall on his back. "When you died, I thought it was fate's way of telling me that I was never meant to be your apprentice," Kojuro said, pulling his sword back from the shattered ground. "That maybe if you had a more competent apprentice, you would still be alive. Neither you nor any other apprentice would have prevented my death, Kojuro," Mijitsu replied. "Yagura's troops outnumbered us too much. Somebody had to stay in order to give the others a chance to escape. I was the best suited to delay the enemy." Mainjitsu raised the sword above his head, causing it to shine even brighter, before slamming it down, sending an underground shockwave at Kojuro, cracking the ground as it traveled and sending many rocks and pebbles flying in every direction. Kojuro tried to jump away in order to dodge it, but one of the rocks hit his glasses, breaking one of his lens, and making him lose balance and fall on his back, dropping Hiramekarei. "Come on Kojuro, this isn't your end," Mainjitsu yelled, as he leaped at the defenseless ninja, who stumbled to recover his blade. When Mainjitsu brought his blade down, it clashed against metal rather than flesh, but it wasn't Kojuro's Hiramekarei, but the thunder fans the ones blocking his sword. Wielding them was Ameirai Ringo. "Hello, Ameirai-chan," Mainjitsu said, smiling down at her. Nice to see you. Feelings mutual. And don't fucking call me a Mayuri-chan, asshole. The enraged redheaded said as she channeled electric chakra through her swords, forcing Mainjitsu to disengage before they could reach him. I'm glad to see nothing was able to keep that temper of yours down. Kunoichi as fierce as you appear only once every generation, Mainjitsu said, his smile persisting. By the way, weren't you fighting Reiga? We already took care of that, Suijitsu said, as he landed beside Kojuro, and helped him back on his feet. We figured out Mayuri would be the best suited to defeat you, brother, so I made sure to help her finish her fight as soon as possible. A sensible tactic. Now Mainjitsu said before he was suddenly interrupted when he was hurled backwards. A opened coffin emerged from underground, and Mainjitsu was pushed into it, before the lid slammed it closed, and finally vanished. What's going on? Kojuro asked, as he adjusted his broken glasses. Hey, look around us. Mayuri said. Looking around, they could see that the remaining reanimations were also retreating, and so did the few white Zetsu clones present. It seemed that the enemy had conceded the allied ninja forces another victory in the war. Moon. Hinata and her group had arrived to another place of interest, the ruins of a temple. Despite being obvious that no human being has been near the stone building, given its state of disrepair and the vegetation growing around it, they decided it would be a good idea to check it, since it may give them some insight into the moon, and maybe the enemy they were going to face. Shisui was the first one to enter, and once he checked that the place was safe to no one's surprise, the rest were allowed in. On the inside, the temple was just as ruined as on the outside, with numerous puddles of water around the floor, and many piles of debris scattered around, some of them in the process of being claimed by nature, given the number of plants growing on them. Only two things appeared to have survived time, the murals on the walls that were still standing, that's it, and a large statue of a woman with horns and 4 arms. Well, that certainly looks familiar, Hinata commented, as she walked towards the statue. Nori-san, I remember seeing that statue in your previous home. Do you know who she is? The moon acolyte walked towards the statue as well, and took some time to admire it. It was partially eroded, and had moss growing all over its legs and spreading upwards, but one could still appreciate its fine craftsmanship. I never told you about her? Odd, the priestess said. Anyway, this is a statue of Kalika, eldest daughter of Hamura. And before you ask, no, she didn't have horns like her father, or 4 arms. It's the way she was commonly depicted. That's odd, Hinata said. It's not that Kalika looked like that, you know, Nori replied. But there were some myths that spoke that she could turn into some sort of 4-armed giantess, as some kind of power she developed with the Tensagen. No hard evidence, but our scholars and historians saw enough mentions of this to be taken into some consideration. Hinata continued to observe the statue, but her interest quickly evaporated when she was unable to find anything else from it, and her attention was drawn to the murals of the walls, which were already being inspected by other moon acolytes and Hyagas. Hey, Nori-san, let's check the murals instead, the Hyaga clan head suggested. They may provide us with some hints as to what to expect from the moon. Understood, Hinata-sama, Nori agreed. Thankfully for the two women, the acolytes already working on the walls had already deciphered what the murals said. It was an historical record detailing the Sage of the 6 Paths and his brother, how they defeated Kaguya and the 10 Tails, and how Hamura and his followers left for the moon, creating a new civilization that would keep Earth from outworldly threats. Interesting, Nori said, as she inspected the last pictures of the mural. Something caught your eye, Nori-san? Hinata asked. This, Nori said, as she ran a hand through the picture of a castle that seemed to float in the sky. According to these glyphs, this is where Hamura and his direct descendants lived. Inside some kind of palace built inside a star. A palace built inside a star. That doesn't make sense, Hinata said. Unless it's some sort of metaphor, right? Not necessarily. Did you notice that, even if we're inside the moon, it appears that there's a sun that provides light and heat? That's an artificial star Hamura-sama created with his power, and was maintained by the ensuing generations of Tensagen wielders. Nori pointed out a symbol that appeared to be an eye with an 8-point star inside it, which according to her, represented the Tensagen. That means that Tonari must be powering the artificial sun himself, Hinata said, not knowing how that could be used to their advantage. However, there was something that didn't feel right, that made no sense. The young Hyaga took no time to realize what it was. No, wait, that can't be right. The Tensagen was lost for literally centuries, and Tonari and I awoke ours not long ago. If the artificial sun was put out for so long, there's no way all the vegetation could have survived without sunlight. Very well, Hinata-sama, Nori praised her with a nod. What's the conclusion then? That the branch house weapon powered up the artificial sun instead, Hinata said, before looking up into the sky, through one of the many holes in the temple's ceiling. That's where Tonari is hiding his weapon. That's where we need to go next. 3rd Division Base Camp, nighttime. After Kisame's death, Mei and Zabuza returned to the fight, only to see it dying down as well. Most of the reanimated swordsmen of the mist had been put down and sealed, with only Manjutsu, Jinpachi, and Kushimaru managing to escape before they could be neutralized. Other reanimations also escaped with their lives, or living deaths, but most of them were sealed and captured. The next course of action, naturally, was to set up a base so the tired ninjas could rest and the wounded could be healed by medics, and wait until the next supply convoy could replace all the weapons, food, and medicine that they had used during the battle and in the aftermath. Thankfully, the battle has cleared quite a lot of the surrounding forest, leaving an excellent place in order to set up a base camp. Everybody took no time to do so, given that they were both hungry, exhausted and hurt, and wanted to do nothing but to rest and relax. Though, one ninja couldn't rest no matter how much she wanted to, given that, as the division commander, Mei had to report the result of the battle to the Allied Ninja Forces HQ. Mei was now inside the tent designated for communications, covered in ceiling tags that both shield those inside from praying eyes. She was sat with her legs crossed in front of a similarly sat Yamanaka, this one wearing a special helmet that amplified his mental powers in order to create a link with HQ. You brought us excellent news, Mizukage, she heard Jiraiya's voice inside her heard. With the death of Kisame and the recovery of Samehada, Akatsuki has lost a very important asset. Unfortunately, it didn't come without a cost, Mei replied in resignation. Kisame alone killed dozens of our ninjas before we could put him down, and many more died to the other enemies. Akatsuki is an even more fearsome adversary than we thought. Bah, the important part is that we won, didn't we? Onaki's voice said. That means that they lost more people than we did. How can you say that, Onaki? Mei could hear Ao's voice quaver with anger. Plenty of human lives have been lost. How can you dismiss them like that? Did you lose your tact in your advanced age? Watch your mouth around me, you one-eyed Kirigakure brat. I already experienced my fair share of deaths, so don't dare lecture me about that. The former Tsuchikage replied. This is a war, and people die in wars. I don't like it any more than you do, but that's the way it is. You only say that because you know that Kirigakure ninjas are the majority of the 3rd Division. Ao fired back. If it was the division lead by your granddaughter Dash. Ao, enough, Mei interrupted her head of intelligence before things could escalate. This is no time for such petty quarrels. Onaki-san is right, tragic as it is, we can't fight a war without losing soldiers. This isn't the first time I led my men in battle. And while it never gets any easier, I know what it feels to see ninja under your command die in battle. Neither Ao nor Onaki continued their argument, much to the Mizukage's relief, and probably those in the HQ with them. Now it would be the best time to divert attention to other matters. My ninja will need new weapons, armors, clothes, food, and medicine. When can I expect the next supply convoy to arrive? Mei asked. I already sent one the moment news of your victory reached my ears, Jiraiya replied, much to her joy. It should be there by tomorrow morning. Can you hold up with what you have? I believe we can, Supreme Commander. Though we can't never be sure as for when the enemy will strike again, so it'd be for the best if those supplies arrived as soon as possible, Mei told him. They're going as fast as they can, Mizukage. I can assure you that, Jiraiya replied, before he decided to change the topic. Now, what can you tell us about the enemy? What kind of opponents you and your troops had to face? As expected, most of their forces were composed by those Zetsu clones. The majority were what we called the standard variety, but there were several brutes and snipers. Fortunately, we knew about them in advance and thus my ninjas weren't caught by surprise, and knew how to deal with them. No flyers? Mei heard Cho's voice ask. Mei shook her head, before realizing that they couldn't see her. We didn't see any of them. And thank goodness, because this battle was bad enough without the enemy having aerial support. If I'm allowed to give my opinion, my guess is that they didn't use their air force because they expected us to counter it, Shikaku chimed in. It may be a ruse to make us lower our guard, and deploy it once we did so they can hit us when it hurts the hardest. Whatever they're planning, it won't catch us off guard. I already devised a plan to put in motion whenever they think they can use the sky against us, Jiraiya firmly stated. Now, Mizukage, what about the reanimated ninjas? You believed that the first batch of zombies were merely testing our strength before Orochimaru would break out the big names at the right moment. So far, it seems that he decided that the moment has already arrived. The reanimations had many members of the Uchiha clan, as well as some other strong individual ninjas of many villages, both major and minor. But chief among them were 6 deceased members of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, complete with a fake replica of the sword they used to wield, led by Kisame Hoshigaki. Though you know about that part, Mei explained. Unfortunately, we were only able to permanently neutralize about half of them, so expect Kushimaru, Jinpachi, and Mainjutsu to show up again in another battlefield. Understood. That was troubling. We'll make sure to nail them down the next time they show up, Jiraiya replied. Supreme Commander, may I suggest that every village makes a list of their strongest or at least well-known ninjas? It is likely that we will face more of them and having readily available info would be a big boon, Mei asked. Already doing that, Mizukage-sama. Hopefully we'll have a comprehensive and detailed list before Akatsuki decides to strike again, Shikaku told her. Understood. I'm glad to hear that, Mei said with a nod. In that case, I have nothing more to report. Permission to retire, Supreme Commander. Granted, Jiraiya said. You and your troops did a good job today, Mizukage. You earned a good rest. Mei opened her eyes, and let out a sigh of exhaustion, before getting back on her feet, and exiting the communications tent. Her mouth curved into a smile when she saw her husband. He had been standing there, probably making sure nobody got close to the tent while she was inside, keeping guard like an angry watchdog. You done? Zabuza asked. For the time being, sweetie, Mei said, as the two of them started to walk together towards their private tent. Dealing with those old drones can be even more exhausting than fighting Kisame. Zabuza chuckled, smirking under his mask. Heh, it's on moments like these where I'm glad that I'm not in your shoes. What happened to your ambition of taking my place? Mei asked, quirking an eyebrow. Were those times in which you had to take over the hat such harrowing experiences? Let's say they opened my eyes, Zabuza grumbled. I'm a man of action. The battlefield is where I belong, not caged in an office behind a desk. In fact, I don't know how can you stand such soul-draining job. I like to see it as a necessary sacrifice that I have to make in order to keep our home stable, Mei explained. Plus the pay is pretty good. Not as good as all the money I bring with all the S-rank missions I'm doing, Zabuza replied, sounding a little boasting. And now that blue-skinned fool finally got his deserving comeuppance, that means that I'm the strongest swordsman of the mist alive. I'm sure you are, honey. Especially since you helped me so much dealing with Kisame, Mei replied, as the two of them finally arrived at their private tent. Mei sat on her bed, and started removing her boots. Ugh, I'm so tired, I could sleep for a whole week. I feel you. Not even the civil war back at home was so draining, Zabuza replied, as he sat beside her. So, you said you have an idea about who's getting the same hata, right? Yeah. It might be risky, but it's our best bet, Mei replied. Yagura's son, Degura. He was training to be a swordsman. From what I heard, he was going to inherit the helmet splitter, even if he didn't train under Jinin Akabino himself. So, good old Yagura wanted to get rid of Jinin and replace him with his own son. Classy, Zabuza said, letting out a chuckle. That would explain why did he send him to the Crimson Citadel instead of having him executed on the spot when he felt his loyalty wasn't genuine. His brat wasn't ready yet. Yet being the key word. As a sign of conciliation, I allowed Degura to continue his training, and keep him as a reserve swordsman in case of you or any of the others fell in battle, given that neither of you have formal apprentices. I wasn't expecting to recover same Hada so soon, so I didn't think he'll get his hands on them. But given the convenient timing, I think he's the best choice. Let's hope you're right, and he doesn't turn traitor the moment he gets his hands on same Hada, and wants to avenge his father, Zabuza said. Come on, have a little faith in me. I'm a very good judge of character. I mean, I think I made an excellent choice with you, didn't I? May teased. Zabuza grumbled something she was unable to understand, as he averted his gaze. Ah, come on, don't go all tsundere on me. I thought that we left that phase behind after our honeymoon, May said, smiling mischievously. She then placed a foot on Zabuza's lap. Now come on, be a good husband, and give my feet a massage. I could use your expert hands. I'm not going to massage your feet, Zabuza replied, as he pushed the foot back. Aww, come on. She begged, sounding like a child asking her parents to buy her a new toy. Do it, and I let you be the one on top tonight. Once again, Zabuza grumbled something unintelligible as he begrudgingly started to massage one of May's feet. You've been the death of my reputation, woman, Zabuza said in resignation. Because you know that I'm worth much more than any reputation you might build, sweetie, May replied. Plus, if you care about your reputation that much, you wouldn't have spent so much time taking care of a kid, because youch. Careful. May shouted when she felt Zabuza squeezing her foot with far more force than necessary. You know exactly why I took Haku under my wing, Zabuza angrily replied. Yes, because you wanted to turn him into your personal weapon, we all know that story, May replied, rolling her eyes. That's why, once his training was complete, you let him go live to another village so he could be with his friends, girlfriend, and other loved ones he met there instead of keeping him close to you. Such a heartless monster you are. May expected Zabuza to react even worse to that taunt, but much to her surprise, her husband left that taunt unaddressed. I always have faith that that kid will be smart and resourceful enough to stay alive, Zabuza said. But now, with the war and the kind of enemies we're facing, I wish I could keep him at my side. May removed her foot from Zabuza's lap, and inched closer to him before placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. I can imagine how you must feel, May began. But you should remember that Haku isn't alone. He has his friends and sensei to watch his back. Plus, given that you helped train him, I'm sure he's strong enough to survive this whole ordeal. I tell myself that, Zabuza replied. If only we were on the same division. But you are not. Sad as it is, you must deal with it. Listen, I can't afford having you distracted like that, May stated sternly. But if that makes you feel better, I'll pull some strings to give you two some time to catch up, alright. I'll appreciate that, Zabuza admitted. May smiled widely. Of course you would. Now come on, you have to do my other foot. Well brats, you did it. You survived your first day of war. Anko cheerfully shouted, as she sat among her students, sitting across a campfire. I guess that you never felt more alive than you do now, right? You can't be serious, sensei, Kin replied, shooting her a deadpan look. How can war make you feel alive? Because nothing makes you appreciate life more than being in the constant presence of death. Anko rebutted. Of course, being ninjas, that's a constant for us, but in times of war the feeling becomes much greater. Anko-sensei, I always thought you were insane, Zaku began, as he started to slowly inch away from the purplet. But never to this extent. Ah, come on brats. I'm only trying to make you see the bright side of a grim situation, the special Jonin said as she pulled several sticks of dango out of nowhere and started to devour them with gusto. Don't think I'm somebody who thinks war is beautiful or some other nonsense. And how did you develop such a bizarre outlook on war? Dosu asked, as he carefully measured his next words, for they would touch a sensitive topic. Was Orochimaru who taught you to think that way? Zaku and Kin cringed upon hearing their teammate mention the man Anko hated the most. The 3 Oto ninjas expected the snake mistress to explode in a blaze of anger, but such reaction never came. Yeah, pretty much, Anko nonchalantly replied, as she happily munched on her dango. One of the very, very few things that son of a bitch taught me that were worth keeping. I fought under him during the Third Ninja War, just like you guys are fighting under me right now. Did I never tell you that? Not really. You never talk about Orochimaru, Kin replied, now sounding a little more relaxed, given that Anko didn't take offense to the topic Dosa brought up. Not that we can't tell why. Ah, yeah, you have a point. It's kind of hard for me to talk about that asshole without being consumed by the burning anger of 1,000 suns. Well, let's try to make an effort, Anko said, as she let out a deep breath. I think it was like 17 years ago? Yeah, that sounds about right. You brats weren't even born yet. I mean, you aren't 17, right? Anyway, I'm digressing. My team rarely fought in open battles like we're doing right now. Well, both my team and many others. Konoha was outnumbered by both IWA and Kumo, and our forces were spread thin. So we mostly relied on guerrilla tactics to disturb the enemy troops from behind, while our powerhouses like the Yellow Flash or the Sannin fought them head-on and whittled their numbers down. Orochimaru always requested missions that involved high-profile targets. Back then, I didn't realize that he did this so he could get his hands on bloodline limits for him to study, and hopefully replicate. That was a pretty big red flag flashing in front of my face, and me none the wiser. Orochimaru also allowed you to sign the snake contract, didn't he? Kin asked. Anko frowned. Yep. Another of the few things that didn't come with a price tag. Or so I think. When he gave it to me, he told me I was his favorite and that it was a gift for being such a good student, and that more gifts were to come if I continued improving. Anko's hand instinctively rubbed the spot on her neck when the cursed seal used to be, and mentally thanked Hinata once again. Son of a bitch, anyway, what about you? You used to work for him, didn't the asshole promised you a cursed seal or something like that? Many of his minions carried them, including your former sensei. They said that the cursed seals were only for the strongest ninjas, Zaku began. Given how many people died trying to adapt to them. Otogaku's motto was that only the strong deserved to live, and the weak were nothing but stepping stones for those destined to greatness, Kin added. For some reason, I don't have a hard time believing that, Anko said, as she rolled her eyes. Otogaku had a more experimental and unconventional approach to training ninjas, Dosu interceded. Orochimaru believed that normal training could only get you so far, and in order to truly break your limits, you need to go beyond what was natural, and become something greater. Body modifications, Anko concluded. Exactly. Zaku was the only one brave enough to undergo such process, Dosu continued. Kin and I weren't so sure. I decided to join the experimental weapons program instead. That's where I got my melody gauntlets. Orochimaru was also developing a program to grant ninjas bloodline limits. I was training to become strong enough to be accepted as a candidate, Kin added. Orochimaru used to say that humans aren't born equal, that some have either talent or powerful inherent abilities, while others were born with neither, and that he sought to change that. That explains how the bastard was able to lure so many people under his wing in order to build himself an army so big, Anko commented, before shooting her students a sharp look. I'm seriously hoping that your time in Konoha made you realize that all of that was nothing but pure bullshit. We realized of that before we even trained under you, Dosu began. Mizuki-sen. Mizuki rarely trained us, and all our experimental weapons or body modifications weren't enough to beat those Konoha genin. The fact that the three of us weren't even able to beat that Hyuga girl alone was a real eye-opener. Though, didn't that girl develop godlike powers or something like that? Kin chimed in. I've been close to her, and even if I'm not a sensor I can feel the sheer power of her chakra. And those eyes of her aren't a Byakugan. The Tenseigan, Anko told the black-haired girl. Though, by the time you fought Hinata she didn't have the Tenseigan nor any of its assorted powers, so her victory over you was genuine. I hope that taught you that honest hard work pays better than some risky body modification or forbidden jutsu. And before you said that those worked for Orochimaru, you should realize that they came at the cost of hundreds, possibly thousands of lives. Do you really think that Orochimaru cares about his underlings? If he was willing to grant his ninjas exotic powers is because they were convenient test subjects that allowed him to experiment until the process was safe enough to use it on himself. You don't have to tell us twice, Kin said, looking down. So far, we're still alive. Had we continued in Oto, we would be zombies like Mizuki. Actually, I have the feeling you would have been used as sacrifices to summon those zombies, Anko stated. No offense, but I doubt that Orochimaru would have bothered to raise any of you. I'm still wrapping my head around Mizuki being raised, and the only explanation I find is that he found it funny. Before the conversation could follow, a new voice interrupted them. Hey there. Mind if I sit with you guys? Anko and her students turned around to see Rin Nohara, standing there a bit awkwardly as she awaited their response. Anko smiled and pretty much dragged her to the group. What kind of question is that? We used to be classmates, of course you can. Anko energically said, as she made Rin sit next to her. Guys, she might not look the part, but this gal here used to go to the academy with me. She's dash. Rin Nohara, Kin interrupted her. Before Anko could ask, she added, I already met her shortly before we were deployed. Her, and those other Konoha girls. Oh, I see. Nice. Anko happily said. Anyway, you already know Kin, so meet my boys, Dosuo and Zaku. Hello. Nice to meet you, Rin politely greeted. Hey, I think I heard of you, Zaku said. You're that girl who was dead, right? Anko bristled, while Rin laughed awkwardly. Hee, I get that a lot dash. Just what's wrong with you, dumbass? How do you ask something like that to her? Anko chastised him. Don't worry Anko, it's okay dash, Rin tried to say, but the snake mistress wouldn't let her. Nope, don't defend or justify him. Otherwise he won't learn manners, Anko insisted. Rin chuckled and shook her head. Oh boy, you're just the same as when you were my age, Anko-san. Then again, it's a bit refreshing to see that some things stayed the same. What do you mean, I stayed the same? Come on, I changed a lot since you were gone. Anko protested, pouting comically. Well, for once, you're still addicted to eating dango, Rin said, chuckling a little. Anko scowled. Sure, I like my dango, but I don't eat it constantly. Don't exaggerate so much dash. I'm not exaggerating. Rin replied. Then, she placed her finger under her chin as she recalled a memory. In fact, I do remember this one time back in the academy where you ate so much dango, that during a sparring session you dash. Dosuo, Zaku and Kin saw color disappearing from Anko's face, as she slapped a hand over Rin's mouth, silencing the brown-haired medic, who tried to remove the hand keeping her quiet. What? What happened during the spar? Zaku asked, leaning forward in interest. Nothing. Nothing happened. Anko loudly shouted. Your reaction doesn't convey such feeling, sensei, Dosuo pointed out. Anko continued to struggle in order to keep Rin silent. Well, that's the truth. And whoever says otherwise dash. However, much to Anko's horror, Rin managed to remove the muffling hand, and finished her tale. While she was fighting Ebisu-san, she let out the loudest fart you could ever imagine. Rin said, giggling at the memory. Poor Ebisu-san didn't even know what to do, and he even forfeited the spar. As Anko's face turned as red as a tomato, her students to laugh loudly in return. Except Dosuo, who wasn't laughing openly, but one could see that the way his bandages covering his mouth were stretching, he was snickering at the very least. Oh boy, this is golden. With this girl, we can get so much dirty laundry on Anko-sensei. Kin laughed. Please tell us more. Then, all of a sudden, multiple snakes emerged from under Anko's sleeves, wrapping themselves around the neck of her students and Rin. Rin, the next time you reveal any embarrassing past event involving me, all of you will suffer a slow and agonizing death, Anko seethed, as she glared at all of them. Come on Anko-san, what I told them wasn't that embarrassing, Rin tried to protest. You mean that you have stories even more embarrassing? Kin asked, elated. The snakes around her neck tightened their pressure. Which I'm not interested in hearing, and neither are my teammates. Pleased, Anko finally released her snakes from her students and childhood friends. Now, enough talking about my past, let's switch the topic to something less infuriating, the snake mistress said. Say, did you guys get to watch the 7 swordsmen in action? The fact that they had to fight a previous generation of swordsmen made the fight even cooler. Oh, those swords. Who could get their hands on them? My favorite is the one that makes explosions. Rin, Doso, Zaku and Kin had to spend the rest of the night hearing Anko fangirling over the swordsmen of the mist and their swords. Speaking of which, the swordsmen of the mist minus Zabuza, who was with Mei, were also sitting around a bonfire, enjoying a warm meal after such a brutal battle. Some other Kiri ninjas also gathered near them, hoping to see, and maybe even talk with the foremost ninjas of their village other than their cage. I might have taken it a little longer, but I tell you, I could have destroyed that Rega creep and his fake thunder fangs myself, Ameirai boasted, before taking a bite of her fried squid. We know. You only said it about 60 times already, Suijitsu groaned, as he rolled his eyes. Because it's the truth. Ameirai insisted. Anyway, thankfully that guy's spirit will be back to whatever hell Orochimaru pulled him from. Yeah, and Kisame, Juzo Baiwo and Jinin Akabino have been sealed and terminated as well, Miyako added, hoping to introduce some positivity in the conversation. Of the enemy 7 swordsmen, more than half have been eliminated. Too bad my brother isn't part of that half, but the one that got away, Suijitsu said, his voice laced with some bitterness. Well, minus the hell part. Ameirai didn't say anything, but his expression visibly softened. It had to be pretty hard for you, seeing your brother being made into such a mockery of his living self, Miyako sympathetically said. A bit, yeah. Though, admittedly, it was nice to get to talk to him again, Suijitsu admitted. Agreed. I always thought that I was an unworthy apprentice to him, but hearing his words of reassurance. Kojiro chimed in. It renewed my strength. That's why we have to try our hardest to make sure my brother goes back to the place he belongs to, Suijitsu firmly stated. Orochimaru won't defile my brother's soul and memory any longer. For that, we'll need Ameirai, Miyako said, looking at the redhead. So make sure you don't get killed until we face Mainjutsu again, okay? Ha. As if any of those pathetic zombies could even be close to kill me, Ameirai scoffed. If I didn't know you any better, Miyako, I'd feel like you were trying to get under my skin. Given that zombies are so below you, maybe we should have let you fight Kisame, Miyako said, smirking at the redhead. It took Mizukage-sama and Zabuza Teiko's combined power to put an end to him, but I'm sure you would have done it in half the time. See? That's what I'm talking about. Now, that's a proper challenge. Too bad they had to call dibs on him, Ameirai said, taking another bite of her squid. Kojiro and I got to fight him back when we conquered Kiri, but the coward ran away. Actually, we only got to fight water clones of him, while Zabuza Teiko fought the real one, Kojiro felt the need to correct her. While we beat the clones, Zabuza Teiko could barely hold his ground against the original, and I don't think that even with our help we could have defeated him. The bespectacled swordsman felt an overwhelming killing intent focused on him, and realized that opening his mouth was a huge mistake when he saw Ameirai piercing him with a furious glare. You really are a glutton for suffering, aren't you, Four Eyes? Ameirai seethed. Hey, calm down, Miyako said, placing a hand on Ameirai. Don't be mad at the boy because he revealed the truth behind your boasts. Besides, you don't need to boast. We all know how strong you are and how hard you worked to be worthy of carrying those blades, a new voice said. Suijitsu turned around, and saw that besides Kojiro was sitting a man he never saw before. He had tan skin, shoulder-length black hair, a thin mustache and a goatee. He was happily eating some fried beef. And who the hell are you? Suijitsu asked, wondering how this stranger felt entitled to intrude in their conversation. Though for some reason, his voice sounded oddly familiar. I'm Kumarai. Couldn't you tell? Kumarai said, before nodding at the splatter beside him. The fuck? Suijitsu asked. You took off your mask. Yeah. How else I'm supposed to eat? Kumarai asked. Though, even if you don't know what I look like, at least you should have recognized me through my voice. I didn't know you spoke. I never heard you speak before today. Suijitsu angrily protested, before he turned at the others. Did you guys knew he could speak? Much to his shock and growing frustration, all of them nodded. He only stayed silent whenever you were present. Said he liked to get a reaction out of you, Miyako said, giggling a little. And it was worth it every time. Too bad I won't be able to do that again. Oh well, better end it on a grand note than run it into the ground and let it become stale, Kumarai said, shrugging. Did you guys saw him without the mask as well? Suijitsu asked, his anger not disappearing. No, not really. At least, this is the first time I see him unmasked, Kojiro said. Same here, Miyako admitted. And honestly, I was also wondering who was that guy and why he was eating with us. Me too. And damn, you're kind of hot, Amaerai said, letting out a whistle. Why do you hide that handsome mug behind an umbu mask? Kumarai smiled. So when I take my mask off, the ladies gush about how handsome my face is. Chapter 107. White Thunder. Or Father Knows Worst. Island Turtle. As the war raged on, Naruto and Fu continued their training to master their new Jinchuriki powers. Naruto tried to apply the Raise-Non method in order to master the Tailed Beast Ball, but soon he found it wasn't as easy as he believed, since Tailed Beast Chakra was heavier and much harder to shape and mold than human chakra. Given that they were making a very slow progress when it came to transform into Tailed Beast mode, Killer Bee decided to take a different approach to their training, and had them spar using their chakra cloak/armor. His logic was that they needed more time and experience weaving Tailed Beast chakra so pure, and that once they got enough practice, they'll have less trouble reaching the beast form. Before we run we must learn how to walk, alright? So let's master what you have before you try to reach a new height, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki had said. And thus, Naruto and Fu spend the next couple days both sparring against Killer Bee in their newest forms, and seeing them train on their own. They had to hold back during the spars, as per the Kumo ninja's warning, not only they could easily damage the island's ecosystem, but they could hurt Genbu himself. When they trained on their own, Killer Bee encouraged them to push their limits and use their imagination to use their new power in new and creative ways. The better they could mold the Tailed Beast chakra, the less problems they'll have achieving its full potential. Part of the training also involved using normal ninjutsu fueled by Tailed Beast chakra, usually aimed towards the ocean. Alright guys, you're doing great, in no time you'll be the best. Killer Bee cheered with a thumbs up. But you've been training all morning, how about a little rest? In response, both Naruto and Fu fell on their butts, and started to pant heavily. Yep, without any doubt, you needed that time out. Anyway, I'm heading to my house to work on a song, though don't think you can slack off, I won't be gone for long. Killer Bee said, before disappearing with the body flicker jutsu. Man, using Tailed Beast chakra so continuously is so draining, Fu complained. Killer Bee sensei makes it look easy. He has far more experience than us. I bet we'll be on his level in no time, sis, Naruto replied. Fu raised an eyebrow, noticing that last word. What did you call me? Sis. Yeah. You don't like it? Naruto asked. Well, we aren't related. Not that I wouldn't like the idea of having you for a brother, but it's kinda weird, Fu replied. We did bond a lot over the past few months. Especially since we're Jinchuriki. I like to think of us Jinchuriki as family. We're 9 of a kind, we have something nobody else has, something that links us and makes us unique, Naruto began, smiling brightly. Though his smile disappeared, as an expression of bitterness crept up his face. 4 of a kind now, thanks to Akatsuki. Don't you mean 3? Fu corrected him. I'm not leaving Gaara out, Naruto firmly said. He might not be a Jinchuriki anymore, but he was one for most of his life, since even before he was born. He underwent the same experiences as we did, probably even worse, and thus knows the struggle of having a tailed beast sealed inside you against your will. You have a very high opinion of him, don't you? Fu asked. Yeah. I believe that, even if he wasn't a Jinchuriki, he would still be a very precious friend to me. That's why I like to think of him as a brother as well, Naruto earnestly said. I see. Well, if that's that important to you, then you can call me your sister, bro, Fu replied, smiling at Naruto, who smiled back. You know, I always wanted to have a little brother. However, Naruto's smile disappeared the moment Fu's smile turned into the most evil smirk he ever saw. In a flash, Fu was onto him, a strong arm wrapped around his neck while she used the other to give the blonde Inuji. A little brother to torture to no end. Mwahahaha. Fu laughed maniacally, as she harshly rubbed her knuckles on Naruto's head. Feel my sisterly love. Ack. Get your hands from me, you maniac. Naruto screamed, trying and failing to break Fu's hold, but the green-haired girl was way stronger than him. I changed my mind. Kaida is the only sister I want. Oh no, no take-backs. I'm your sister now. Fu laughed, as she continued her playful torture. Eventually, she decided to release the blonde, who indignantly protested about Fu's childish antics, while the Taki Kunoichi laughed her ass off. You're a psycho, did anybody tell you that? Naruto asked, rubbing his sore scalp. Fu shrugged. I've been called worse, she nonchalantly replied. Then, she rubbed her chin as she started to hink. Actually, no, I don't think I've been called worse than a psycho. Are you this rough with Shino too? Naruto asked. Fu snorted, before smiling condescendingly at Naruto. Please, I'm much rougher with him. Then again, Shino is manly enough to take in all my love, Fu proudly said, though Naruto could see the faint trace of a blush crossing her face. Naruto was going to ask something, but he noticed how the green-haired girl's mood noticeably dropped. Heh, now that you mention him. I wonder what is he doing now, and if he's okay. Naruto mentally kicked himself for bringing up the topic of Shino in such thoughtless fashion. Even if he also missed Hinata and was worried for her, Naruto knew Hinata was powerful enough to take care of any Akatsuki that dared to get close to her, Tonari included. Shino didn't have such power to rely on. Sighing, Naruto sat closer to his fellow Jinchuriki. Hey, don't worry much about him. Shino is pretty strong. Plus, he isn't alone, he has all his teammates covering his back, as well as the rest of the people of the Ninja Alliance, Naruto reassured her. I know, but I still wish I could be there with them, and help them, Fu lamented. We will be there in no time, the blonde said. Though, I think Shino and the others would appreciate if we had faith in their abilities and trust them to be okay. I mean, I would hate if Hinata Haim or the rest of our friends didn't believe that I wouldn't be able to master the power of the Nine Tails. You know what? You're right. Fu said, sounding determined. I need to have faith in them, that they can hold the fort until we get there to help. Well said. I'm sure that they're kicking plenty of ass right now. Land of Frost. Goddamn, we're getting our asses kicked by these guys. Kiba complained. The scouts of the Ninja Alliance had discovered another large force of Akatsuki moving towards Kumo. This time, they were moving through the Land of Frost, the only way to access the Land of Lightning through land. Naturally, the Supreme Commander moved the closest division to the Land of Frost, the 5th Division commanded by Mifune, to stop them before they could set a foot on the Land of Lightning. This army of Akatsuki appeared to be stronger than the ones fought by Kuratsuki and Mei's divisions. Even if their numbers were roughly the same, the quality of their troops was significantly higher. There were far more brute Zetsus on the vanguard and many snipers on the rear guard, plus more of Tonari's moon puppets. Naturally, there were also multiple reanimated ninjas, especially Uchihas and Hyagas who died during the Uchiha coup d'etat a few years back. Soon the snowy forest became the third battlefield of the Fourth Ninja War. Kakashi's animal squad had little trouble fighting against white Zetsu clones when Konoha was invaded by Akatsuki. They even took some of the Zetsu-merged mutants with some well-practiced teamwork and clever strategy. However, fighting against multiple brute Zetsu was proving to be a completely different beast to tame. Fire release, blistering firecat. Tamaki exhaled a massive wave of fire that took the shape of a giant firecat. The firecat dashed towards a trio of brute Zetsu, leaving a trail of burned grass and thawed snow, before it clashed against its target, resulting in a fiery explosion. However, when the smoke vanished, while the giant Zetsu had burns over their bodies and some parts of them were still on fire, the damage appeared to be minimal. The closest brute let out an inhuman roar, and slammed the ground with both fists. It sent an underground shockwave traveling forward, cracking the ground as it moved, while sending rocks and pebbles everywhere. Tamaki, Kiba, and Shino were unable to dodge in time, and were thrown off balance. "Everybody, get up before dash," Kiba said, but he was interrupted when something blocked the sun. Looking upwards, he saw that the two other giant Zetsu were leaping at them, ready to smash them to pulp. "Shit, run." The three teens and the one dog managed to run in different directions before they could be flattened by the large artificial humans, who opened a large crater when they violently landed down, sending a shower of rocks and pebbles in every direction. Soon, they were joined by the first one. "Our normal jutsu won't work against these variant of Zetsu. Their strength and durability are simply out of the ordinary," Shino observed. A swarm of beetles emerged from under his shirt, and started to surround the giant Zetsu. However, it seemed they were unperturbed by the Abarame's attacks. Not only their skin and muscles protects them from external attacks, but their regeneration allows them to heal the attacks that do harm them. "Look, the burns caused by Tamaki-san's jutsu have already disappeared." Once again, the Zetsu brutes charged towards the three Konoha ninja, their booming footsteps making the ground shake a little. "Then what the hell are we going to do to beat them?" Tamaki asked, as she dodged a brutal punch that opened another crater in the ground. "Yeah, I refuse to rely on the werewolf form so early into the battle," Kiba complained, with Akamaru barking empathically, as they tried to blindside a brute. "Especially with such unworthy enemies. Like I said before, if external attacks won't work, then you should rely on internal attacks instead," Shino said, while making a hand seal. Abarame secret art, parasitic giant beetles. Suddenly, the brute Zetsu fighting against the animal squad stopped on their tracks, and started to scream in pain as they clutched their bodies. Then, Kiba and Tamaki watched in horror as gigantic beetles burst from their bodies, ripping them apart from the inside. Despite being enemies, it was such a gruesome display. Kiba and Tamaki were green around the gills. What was that?" Tamaki managed to ask. "An improvement," Shino laconically replied, though he then decided he should elaborate. "In the past, I used my own chakra to enlarge my beetles. But now, I instead introduce the beetles inside the enemy's body, and have them drain their chakra instead to grow. The fact that their growth also destroys the enemy's body from the inside is an added bonus." "Man, that's fucked up," Kiba said. "Remind me not to get on your bad side again, Shino," Tamaki said, laughing nervously. "Do not fret. I would never use this jutsu on a comrade," Shino said upon perceiving their uneasiness. With a hand seal, the giant beetles stood to attention for a second, before launching themselves against a nearby group of normal white Zetsu clones. Their screams soon filled the air. "Plus, we're in a war, fighting against an enemy that won't hesitate to throw at us everything they have. You should use your strongest jutsu from the get-go if you feel it's necessary." Kiba let out a sigh. "Well, guess I'll have to swallow my pride." Kiba interrupted himself in shock, as he started to shake. Alamaru whined at him. "Kiba? What's wrong?" a concerned Tamaki asked him. "This scent, it can't be," Kiba said almost in a whisper. Well, look at that. "We meet again, Kakashi's brats," a familiar deep voice said. Turning around, they saw Kakuzu, strongly gripping a terrified Kumo ninja by the neck. In a second, he pierced his victim's chest with his hand, plucking his still beating heart out of it. A mass of threads crawled his arm, took the heart, and buried it under his skin, before stitching the gap in his body. "And that's the fifth one," the former Akatsuki said, satisfied with his work, before tossing the now lifeless Kumo ninja aside as if he was garbage. "Now I'm ready to get serious." "Kakuzu," Tamaki said. Of course Akatsuki would resurrect their deceased members. Kiba managed to shake off his shock, and put on a brave face. "Well, it doesn't matter. We already beat you before, and we shall do it again. Plus, we're much stronger than we were when we first faced you." Kiba yelled, and Akamaru barked in agreement. I wouldn't be so sure, Inyazuka brat, Kakuzu said, as he started to menacingly advance towards them. You overestimate your contribution to that battle. It was mostly the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails and the Hyuga girl with the Tensagen the ones who did me in, and I don't see either of them here. No ninja without that kind of power can face me and live to tell the tale. Plus, thanks to Impure World Resurrection it's impossible for me to die even if you destroy all my hearts. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakuzu suddenly saw a giant fireball coming at him from above. Without panicking, he quickly made several hand seals. Water release, Roaring Waterfall. Kakuzu opened his mouth, expelling a massive cone of torrential water, easily putting out the fireball before it could reach him. However, the undead Akatsuki heard the noise of 1,000 birds chirping, and out of the water emerged a silver-haired ninja with his hand coated in electricity, leaping directly at him. Lightning Blade. Kakuzu managed to cancel his water jutsu and jump back just before Kakashi Hatake slammed his electrified hand on the spot where he was standing, releasing lightning bolts in every direction that teared the very earth apart. Of course, Hatake wouldn't be that far away from his students, would he? Kakuzu said with a chuckle. I see you still rely on that noisy lightning jutsu. They're right, Kakuzu. We already beat you once, and we will do it again. You were already a relic from a time long past when you were alive, Kakashi said, as he pierced Kakuzu with his glare, while his students moved to stand beside him, adopting fighting poses. We don't need Fu nor Hinata to put you down. You forget that this isn't like the last time. I'm far from the only enemy you have to face. In fact, Kakuzu's eyes focused on Kakashi. There's a certain somebody who has been revived for the express purpose of fighting you, Kakashi. As soon as those words left Kakuzu's lips, a man in a Konoha uniform with white hair dashed past him and charged at Kakashi, wielding a tanto that left a trail of white light as it moved. Kakashi was fast enough to pull a kunao and parry the blow before it could cut him open, but the force of the stranger's onslaught was so big, Kakashi was pushed away from his students. Kakashi-sensei. Tamaki screamed. Wait, who the hell is that guy? Kiba asked. At first Kakashi didn't notice who was this new enemy, but after refocusing his sight on him, the silver-haired Jonin felt his heart skin a beat. Looking at him with an expression of sorrow was a man with white hair tied on a spiky ponytail, that resembled an older version Kakashi. Father. Kakashi stammered. Hello, son. Despite the horrible circumstances, I'm happy for the chance to see you again. You've grown quite a lot, the reanimation said, letting out a tear. Kakashi was too stunned to say anything, though fortunately, not enough as to not defend himself from Sakumo's flurry of swipes, who pushed Kakashi even further away from his students. One of them had already realized the identity of the newcomer. That's Sakumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi-sensei's late father, Shino said, as he adjusted his glasses. A hero of the Second Ninja War, strong enough to be considered a candidate for Hokage. Then there's no way Kakashi-sensei can beat him alone. Come on, we need to help him. Tamaki urged, as she was ready to go after her sensei. However, before either she or her teammates could move any further, their way was cut by two of Kakuzu's masked monsters landing in front of them, and another two to the sides, leaving them surrounded. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave, Kakuzu said in a mocking tone. Let's give the White Fang and his son some privacy to catch up. Don't worry about your sensei, you will die much sooner than he will. The four masked monsters charged at Kakashi's students. Meanwhile, at another side of the battleground, Mifune, commander of the 5th Division, was leading his fellow samurai against an horde of white Zetsu clones, supported by several Zetsu brutes, and some moon puppets. The white Zetsu were able to morph their arms into long organized blades to parry the swords of the samurai, and use them to try and skewer them. The shogun of the Land of Iron was trading blows with a couple of moon puppets, one of them fighting in close combat with a sword made of golden chakra, while another peppered the area with explosive spheres made of the same chakra as well. For not being human, I admit you have quite some dexterity, Mifune said as he parried a blow from his enemy, his own katana glowing blue as he channeled chakra through it. The puppet pushed the katana away and delivered a brutal kick to the old samurai's stomach, tossing him into the ground. The second puppet conjured a cluster of golden chakra spheres and made them rain over the fallen samurai. While Mifune was old, he was far from defenseless. Jumping back to his feet, he fell back as he parried the golden blasts he was unable to dodge in time. Several samurai, who were seeing their leader in trouble, tried to offer him some assistance, but were stopped by the multitude of white zetsu littering the battlefield. Mifune-sama is in trouble. Whoever can help him, do so. A samurai captain, who stood out by his blood-red armor, called while he delivered a swing of his chakra-enhanced axe at a zetsu brute. No. Your help is appreciated, but not needed. Samurai, you have your duty, and protecting me is not part of it right now. Mifune cried, as his sword started to glow brighter as more chakra was channeled through it, while the puppet swordsman dashed at him. Akatsuki needs more than this unworthy foe to bring me to my knees. Mifune rushed forward, ready to meet the enemy. When he was close enough, but not enough for his enemy to strike him, he delivered an horizontal swing. Dancing blade risk. There was a brief but intense flash of light, and Mifune appeared between the two puppets, who stopped on their tracks. Then, after a few seconds, both human-shaped machines crumbled down into a pile of sliced parts. Amazing, a nearby samurai thought. By releasing the chakra channeled into his sword in the shape of a thin wave, Mifune-sama can slash down an enemy out of the reach of his sword with the same force as if it was in striking distance. He was right, we shouldn't worry about his well-being. Mifune proved this line thought true when, in a single swift swing, managed to slice to pieces more zetsu this time, the normal variant who lunged at him from multiple directions. However, the next enemy Mifune would have to face would prove to be more challenging than the weakest variant of White Zetsu clone. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. The old samurai managed to jump back just in time before several small fireballs rained upon the zone, exploding as they touched the ground, but the attack didn't stop there. From the smoke, multiple shuriken emerged, flying at Mifune, making a metallic whirring noise. Channeling more chakra into his katana, the shogun of the Land of Iron spun his blade, deflecting the steel stars. As the smoke created by the fireballs started to vanish, Mifune raised his katana in a defensive stance, as his opponents came into view and looked at them with a critical eye. His two new foes were a pair of men, one in his 20s and another good 15 years older, both wearing a ninja uniform that looked like that worn by Konoha ninjas, except the flak jacket was black instead of green, and the crest on the forehead protector was a fan rather than Konoha's symbol. Still, the red color of the shuriken, made even more visible by their black scleras, was a dead given for their identities. Uchihas, Mifune said, mostly to himself. Yeah, it seems that this is our punishment for following that shit Fugaku's lead and try to overtake Konoha, the younger Uchiha said. Not only we wasted our lives, but we aren't even allowed into the afterlife either. Do not disrespect our leader that way. The older Uchiha chided his younger counterpart. Fugaku-sama always wanted the best for the clan, and acted accordingly. And that worked so well for us, did it? The younger Uchiha snapped, before he felt his body tensing up. He looked at Mifune. Whoops. Sorry, old man. Nothing personal, I don't know who you are. In fact, you don't even look to be a ninja, but whoever's controlling my body wants you dead. You should know that, no matter how much you harm us, our wounds will heal in mere moments, the older Uchiha reminded him. If you value your life, you should try to flee. Thanks for your advice. Your concern for my well-being is appreciated, but it won't be necessary, Mifune said, as he prepared for the inevitable charge. Do not worry, soon you'll be back to the place you belong to. In a blur, the older Uchiha pulled a kunai and dashed at Mifune, who parried the surprisingly powerful blow in time. Don't look into his eyes. The shogun reminded himself, recalling everything he knew of the now near-extinct clan. As he struggled against the older Uchiha in a blade lock, Mifune noticed that the younger one had leaped above him, wielding a kunai on each hand, ready to strike him from above. He tried to disengage and fall back, but his opponent was skilled enough not to let him to. Sorry, old man, but this is ARG. The younger Uchiha, still midair, was interrupted when a black sphere with a faint purple gleam smashed into his arm, tearing it from his body. 3 more spheres followed the first one, each blowing a hole in his body, tearing it to pieces. The orbs then flew at the older Uchiha, carefully maneuvering around Mifune, destroying the zombies' arms, heads, and finally body. Neither Uchiha regenerated. These are the so-called truth-seeking balls, Mifune said in realization. Then that means. And, you're welcome, a youthful voice said. Mifune looked upwards, and saw Hanabi Hyuga floating above him, hands on her hips, and one leg slowly raised, her body language displaying the typical cockiness you get by mixing unbound power and youth. The 4 truth-seeking balls quickly returned to her, placing themselves behind the young girl's back. Hanabi Hyuga, Mifune said, as he locked eyes with her. While I appreciate your assistance, shouldn't you be in your post above the battlefield? That's why I wanted to talk with you, Commander. You see, I caught a pretty big force of flying Zetsu coming here from the south, Hanabi said, Mifune opening his eyes wide. Soon the skies will belong to Akatsuki. I will try to hold them back, but I alone won't be able to take care of such a multitude. They'll be here in a few minutes, so you should use that time, little as it is, to prepare a way to deal with them. Do not worry, young Hanabi, we already foresaw this situation. For the time being, return to the skies and try to eliminate as many airborne enemies as your capabilities allow you, the wizened samurai said. After the first battle, Jiraiya and the rest of advisors decided to formulate a counter-strategy to curb Akatsuki's newfound aerial superiority. Once it was done, every commander, Mifune included, was told to alert HQ if Akatsuki deployed their air force again. Aye, Commander, Hanabi said, before returning to the sky. Somebody contact the communication officer and send an urgent message to HQ. Mifune bellowed, catching the attention of several nearby ninjas and samurai. Akatsuki is sending their air force against us, so be prepared. Yes, Commander. A chorus of voices replied. For the next few minutes, the battle continued normally, when suddenly a chain of explosions shook the ground, sending both allied ninjas and samurai as well as white Zetsu clones flying in every direction. And from the cloud of smoke raised by said explosions emerged a man that Mifune knew too well. A man wearing an old-fashioned Omegakure uniform, the lower part of his face obscured by a respirator. His hands were carrying a menacing-looking Kusarigama. Ah, samurai, the masked man said. This certainly brings out memories. Hanzo. Mifune said, almost in a whisper. Ninja Alliance HQ. Hokage-sama, we have a report from Mifune of the 5th Division. Santa Yamanaka, the HQ's communication officer, Yeller. The man was sit down with a helmet that had multiple cables connected to it, whose purpose was to amplify the Yamanaka's mental powers in order to enable long-range telepathy for communication. What is it? Jiraiya asked, though he already could imagine what it could be. A large group of the winged variant of white Zetsus have been spotted moving towards their position, Santa replied. They're also supported by many moon puppets riding on flying mechanical bird-like creatures. Just like the other time, Akatsuki will want to end this battle through aerial superiority, Onaki guessed. The last time, it wasn't enough. But this time, the ground forces our ninjas are fighting are much stronger and numerous than the first battle with Kuratsuka's division, Shikaku guessed. There's only one ninja in that division that can fly, Hanabi Hyuga. And while the girl is one of our most powerful ninjas, not even her will be able to face or even hold such a numerous enemy on her own. This may tip the balance in Akatsuki's favor. Jiraiya smirked confidently. Fortunately, I already devised a counter-strategy for this, since I knew it would happen again. Santa, contact Suzumibaki. Tell her to move her division to support Mifune. Wait. Cho interrupted. Did you create another division? And you handed it to that girl with the bees? Indeed. We believed she was the most suited person to lead it, Ao intervened. Other than Konan, but we don't want a former Akatsuki in a position of power. What kind of division? How it is going to be of help here? Onaki asked. Jiraiya's smirk widened. Easy. We'll counter Akatsuki's air force with one of our own. Back in the land of frost. Kakuza watched as his masked monsters attacked Kakashi's 3 students from 4 different sides, pelting them with fireballs, air blasts, streams of water and lightning bolts. So far, they did a good job dodging them, but the creatures' attack was so relentless that the three young ninja were unable to strike back. From time to time, whenever Kakuzu saw an opening, he'll try to land a hit, though they were agile enough to dodge them. I might be immortal now, but unlike that fool Haydn, I'm not going to let it turn me into a reckless idiot. Reanimations might not be able to die, but they can be sealed if they're weakened enough. Though, speaking of Haydn, Kakuzu thought. Hey, brats, what happened with Haydn? Despite being harassed by many sides by Kakuzu's creatures, Shino took the time to answer the undead Akatsuki. Your partner fell at the same time you did. We might have not been able to put him down for good like we did with you, but we found a way to incapacitate him permanently, Shino explained as he dodged a pressurized stream of water, which grazed his hood, leaving a small cut. Kakuzu let out a sigh. Somehow, I found that easy to believe. That idiot wouldn't last a second without me holding his hand. Anyway, that's in the past, and so will you soon enough, the undead ninja threatened, before bringing his hands together and forming a hand seal. Suddenly, two of the masked creatures jumped away, while the other two placed themselves in front of Kakuzu, and opened their mouths. Shino immediately recognized what Kakuzu was trying to do. Kiba, Tamaki, watch out. Those masks are the ones using fire and wind release. He plans a combined attack to unleash a blaze of fire with a wide arc of effect, Shino said. He bit his thumb and made a 5-hand seals, before slamming his palm into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. While fire and wind were building up on the monsters' mouths, a giant beetle appeared under Shino's feet. Quickly, get on the dash. Too late. Die. Kakuzu said. The two masked creatures unleashed a stream of fire and a cone of gale-forced winds. The two attacks merged, the wind amplifying the fire, generating an impressive wall of fire that expanded in a cone forward, scorching the earth as it moved, as well as consuming every tree or planet touched almost instantly. Shino's beetle took no time to fly upwards, narrowly avoiding the wall of fire, but the same couldn't be said of Kiba and Tamaki. No! Shino shouted from above. Kakuzu snorted a laugh, as he commanded his creatures to cease the attack. As the fire dispelled, it was obvious that nothing had survived the fiery assault. Well, 2 out of 3 with this attack. Guess taking down an aerial target is going to be a little dash. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, and cracks started to form in front of the masked creatures. Kakuzu immediately realized what was coming, but wasn't fast enough to command his monsters to dodge, as 2 tornadoes coated in electricity pierced them as the loud screech of 1,000 birds filled the air. Fang passing Chidori. Chidori drill claw. There was an explosion of thread, gore and lightning bolts as 2 of Kakuzu's monsters were completely destroyed. The 2 electrical tornadoes stopped spinning, revealing to be Kiba and Tamaki. A second later, Akamaru climbed out of the hole Kiba emerged from. What the? Kakuzu asked in shock, stumbling back. His eyes looked at the holes from where the 2 young ninjas had come out. Oh, I see. You escaped from my wall of fire by digging underground. Clever. Very clever. And that jutsu that looked like Kakashi's. The hiding like a mole jutsu is a very useful technique. Even if you don't have earth affinity, it can be learned quickly and used very easily, Tamaki boasted. And it's better for ambushes than the body replacement jutsu. And yeah, the Chidori can't be used unless you have a Sharingan or something to avoid the tunnel vision thing, Kiba continued. But guess what? The Chidori is perfect to add more edge to our physical jutsu. It won't work as an assassination jutsu anymore, but who cares? We're in a war, not infiltrating some closed place. I can't believe I lost 2 hearts so soon to you 2 again, almost using the same jutsu you did the first time. Kakuzu's 2 remaining monsters jumped back to him, standing at each side. Shino's giant beetle lowered so it floated a couple meters above Kiba and Tamaki. You were very overconfident in your abilities and experience in life, and it seems that death didn't change such an attitude, Shino admonished. That's why you're destined to lose against us again. We're much stronger than we were when we battled with you and Haydn in Taki. Well said, Shino. Tamaki agreed. As they prepared to strike Kakuzu and his 2 remaining creatures down for good, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, the meme bears of the animal squad saw a mass of flying white Zetsu clones flocking the sky. Well, 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 look at that. Some excellently timed reinforcements. While you have fun dealing with them, I think I'll restock on the hearts you made me lose, Kakuzu said, as he looked around. Yes, there are many ninja already dead around that won't miss their hearts, he said before leaping away, his masked creatures trailing behind him. Hey, get back here, you bastard. Everyone, after him. Kiba yelled, Akamaru loudly barking in agreement. However, before they could run after the undead Akatsuki, the three Konoha Chunin were stopped by several flying Zetsu swooping at them from below. High in the sky, Hanabi was trying to hold back the horde of flying Zetsu from reaching the ground. She decided that using her most powerful jutsu so far would be a good way to thin their numbers. Turquoise Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Hanabi's four truth-seeking balls spun around each other, coming closer until they merged into single energy orb. Said orb exploded into a torrent of light blue flames that spreaded forwards in a wide cone. Many flying Zetsu were caught by the blue blazes, being reduced to ashes almost instantly. However, once the flames dispelled, Hanabi saw much to her shock and frustration that many more still remained, flying at her while hollering something the young Hyuga couldn't understand among so much noise. She made several hand seals as fast as her hands allowed her, and generated 4 more truth-seeking balls. Despite the Tensagen coming with a rather hefty and welcome expansion to her chakra pools, Tensagen Jutsu consumed a heavy amount of chakra, and weren't something that could be spammed endlessly. Given how relatively little that first jutsu did to the enemy, she better approach this more carefully. Okay, that didn't do much, but what can I ouch? The young Hyuga shouted as a golden chakra blast grazed her skin. What the hell? Focusing her sight on the direction from the blast, Hanabi saw several moon puppets riding flying mechanical contraptions, while also preparing a barrage of blasts. Ah damn, I forgot about those guys. They're far more troublesome than the Zetsu. And if I focus on them, the flying Zetsu will go after the people fighting on the ground. Well, I guess there's no trying to fool myself into thinking I could hold this many enemies on my own. Merging 2 of her 2 truth-seeking balls, she formed a shield shaped like a dome in front of her, and flew towards the incoming moon puppets, who greeted her with a storm of golden chakra blasts. However, her improvised shield was enough to block the enemy's attack, and slammed her shield into the closest enemy, destroying it to bits. She then split the shield back into the orbs, shaped them and the other 2 into spears, and threw them into different directions, impaling the puppets and reducing them to small pieces of scrap. Not all the flying Zetsu dived down, though, some of them remained in the air, waiting for the puppets to offer an opportunity to strike. And now that the brown-haired girl was no longer using those pesky black orbs for protection, it was time to attack. She's vulnerable now. After her. A voice said. Not as vulnerable as you think. Hanabi retorted, as she started to spin around while releasing chakra from every tenketsu. Soon, she turned into a spinning sphere of chakra. Heavenly spin. The Zetsu unfortunate enough to be close to her were blown away with an incredible force, as if a giant hand swatted a mosquito. Those not as close but still near were also blown away by the jutsu's shockwave, though many recovered just as fast. Then, Hanabi's spawn speed started to drop. Now she's defenseless. Go. Another Zetsu said. Huh? Hanabi asked, before she realized mid-spin that the Zetsu was right. Ah, shit. Hanabi cursed, forcefully stopping her spinning, which resulted in a brief feeling of dizziness. Having seen the white Zetsu flocking towards her, but not having the time to recall her orbs, she thrust an open palm in their direction. Vacuum palm. Hanabi released a powerful conical vacuum wave towards the white Zetsu, managing to violently push backwards many of them, but did little to stop those on the back, as well as those who dodged, who were starting to converge on her. Come, truth-seeking balls, come back to her. Hanabi asked, as her expanded vision noticed something floating above her, a blue-haired woman flying thanks to large wings made of paper attached to her back. While she didn't met this woman, she had an idea of who she was. Paper drizzle. The blue-haired woman flapped her wings once, unleashing a massive storm of razor paper darts, thrown with such accuracy that while they hit every Zetsu close to Hanabi which was torn to shreds, Hanabi was left completely untouched. The woman then lowered to Hanabi's altitude, floating besides her. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, thanks for the assist, Hanabi replied, looking a bit uneasy. You're the ex-Akatsuki, right? Konan. Yes, was her only answer. Hanabi's stare darkened a little. My sister told me about you. She fought you and the one with the Rinnegan once. She barely made it out alive. You must be talking about Hinata Hyuga. And if you have a Tenseigan, you must be her little sister. Though I'm afraid I don't know your name. Hanabi, the young girl replied. All right, Hanabi-san. I'm not going to apologize for fighting your sister that one time. The two of us fought for what believed was right, and she wouldn't have hesitated to kill me if she had the chance. I do acknowledge that she was on the right side, and I do deeply regret the lives I put to an end, or helped others to end, Konan said, before fixing the young Hyuga with an unreadable stare. I do hope that for as long as the war lasts, we can cooperate so this conflict can end as soon as possible. And once such thing happens, if the two of us are alive and want to settle the score, I'll welcome you to fight me. Hanabi crossed her arms, and frowned. I do know that Akatsuki is the biggest threat right now, and you're important to beat them, so you won't have to worry about me trying to kill you in the middle of the battle and passing it off as an accident or whatever. Though, I may take on that offer once the war ends. Konan wordlessly nodded, and looked forward, where more flying Zetsu had gathered. They were all fixing Konan with a hateful glare. You! What are you doing here? You betrayed us. No one betrays Akatsuki in lives. Traitor! 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 All the flying Zetsu felt prey to a collective rage, as they all swarmed towards the two floating kunoichi. Hanabi was a little startled, but Konan's face remained stoic and unimpressed. Her wings started to flap, releasing more small paper sheets like a bird molting its feathers. Said sheets of paper folded themselves into butterflies, and started to flock around the incoming Zetsu. Your words mean nothing to me. You're just disposable mooks, your fate sealed since the moment you were born, Konan said, making a hand seal. Now perish. The origami butterflies glowed for a second, before they exploded. For almost 2 minutes, Konan unleashed a chain of uninterrupted explosions. The Zetsu unfortunate enough to be caught by the blast screamed in agony, but their voices were drowned by the thunderous explosions. By the time they ended, there were no Zetsu left. Those had survived got the message, and realized that Konan was too much for them. Wow! Hanabi said in awe. The skies are clear. Ninja Allied Air Force, advance, and support the ground troops. Konan said. It was that moment when Hanabi noticed a large group of ninjas approaching from behind, some of them riding giant beetles. He could tell those were Abaramis, given their appearance, clothing, and of course, the shades, others giant bees, while others rode different flying animals like a bat, a pelican, a dragonfly, and so on. The one leading the division was an IWA kunoichi riding on a giant bee. Squads 3 and 4, make sure the sky is free of the Akatsuki. The IWA woman commanded. Everybody else, follow me, do not lag behind. That goes for you, Abaramis. Despite the woman's orders, Konan made no attempt to follow her. Instead, she looked at Hanabi, and asked, I know for a fact that Hanzo of the Salamander is here, raised as an undead. Hanabi-san, can you do me a favor and locate him? I imagine you do know what he looks like. Sure, Hanabi said, as her Tenseigan scanned the battlefield, and in no time, he found him. Got him. He's on the western part of the battlefield. He's fighting Mifune-sama and a few of his samurai. Understood, thanks for your assistance, Konan said with a nod, before he diving towards the direction Hanabi said. Hanabi pondered for a second what she should do now, if staying in the air, or go down and try to permanently destroy some of those reanimations. Her eyes caught the portion of the Air Force that IWA woman left there, facing against several flying white Zetsu and even more moon puppets. Those guys are going to be big trouble if we don't deal with them quickly. The people below can take care of the ground forces, Hanabi said, making her mind, before flying to assist her fellow allied ninjas. Water release, water cutting sword. The snow around Shibuki quickly melt, turning into water, before gathering on Shivuki's hand, taking an elongating shape, before it formed a sword, just in time as a zetsu with blade-like arms dropped from above. Despite being made of water, said sword proved to be as hard as steel, and effectively parried the blow from the organic blade. The two of them struggled for a bit, before Shivuki managed to push the zetsu back. Undeterred, the atypical human charged again, letting out a primal yell to intimidate his opponent. Shivuki, however, ducked the incoming swing, and with a strike of his own, separated the upper half of the artificial creature's body from the lower part, killing it instantly. "Okay, that was one," Shizuki said, panting a little, as he looked around. His eyes were not so greeted to the sight of many more zetsu fighting allied ninjas, as casualties for both sides happened each second. Thousands still left. As the Takigakuer leader scanned the battleground for his next target, maybe ninjas of his own village that may need his help, something drew his attention: several allied ninjas fighting against a single opponent he couldn't see, but instantly recognized the jutsu he was about to use. Water release, lotus light rupture. Droplets of water started to form around the group, which took the form of lotus petals. Said water petals started to spin around, unexpectedly exploding when they touched their unfortunate victims. Shivuki paled upon seeing that jutsu, not because of its sheer power, but because he already saw it before. And most importantly, who was the one behind its creation and use. As the young Takigakuer leader ran forward, the smoke of the explosions faded away, revealing the caster of the jutsu, confirming Shivuki's fears. "No, not you!" Shivuki cried, as he tried to suppress the tears forming inside his eyes. "Father!" Because in front of him, sporting cracked skin and black eyes, was a middle-aged man with graying brown hair, a brown goatee, wearing a Takigakuer forehead protector around his head, as well as the Takigakuer Jonin uniform. This was his deceased father Hisan, the previous leader of Takigakuer, who tragically died during the Third Ninja War due to the backlash caused by the hero water. Hisan seemed to notice his son, and smiled wearily. "Shivuki? Is that you, my boy?" Hisan asked. Shivuki wordlessly nodded. "I'm very happy to see that you're alive and well. And what a fine man you grew up into." Despite the sincere praise, Shivuki flinched at those words. I tried to be a strong ninja like you, father," Shivuki began. "And to be a strong leader as well. But Hisan's eyes widened, as a blade of water formed in his hand, and dashed towards his son. "Watch out, boy." Fortunately, Shivuki still had his water blade, and managed to parry the blow just in time. Father and son traded more blows, though it was obvious that Hisan was both the stronger and more skilled of the two, as evidenced by Shivuki being pushed back with each strike. "You're a strong ninja, son. And I'm sure that you'll eventually surpass me," Hisan encouraged. "Sadly, that's not true. I'm too weak, and a horrible leader," Shivuki said. "Akatsuki attacked our home, and ravaged it to the ground." "No!" Hisan shouted in horror. "Is Taki truly gone, then?" Shivuki shook his head. "We managed to retake it, and began its reconstruction, but we were unable to do it without Konoha's help. We needed somebody else to fight our battles and deal with our enemies. Son, do not be afraid nor ashamed of asking for help when an enemy proves to be too much for you alone to beat," Hisan said, as he continued his onslaught. "The safety of Taki's people should be your first priority. Did asking Konoha for help prevented unnecessary deaths?" Shivuki wordlessly nodded, as he did his best to parry his father's attack. During one of his blows, Shivuki instead moved to the side, letting his undead father trip forward. Hisan tried to regain his balance, but Shivuki landed a powerful hit to the side of his face, sending the gray-haired man buckling against the ground. Taking advantage of this moment of helplessness, he weaved several hand seals. Water release, water shuriken. The snow around him turned into water, and gathered in the shape of spinning shuriken. Hisan managed to get back on his feet and dodge some of them, but several found their marks, leaving large gashes on his shoulder and legs. However, said wounds took no time to close. "I know the people of Taki are important, father, but what will the world think of us if we're so helpless?" Shivuki asked. "How can I help the people of Taki, if I keep our village weak? A weak village can become strong later on." A destroyed village will remain a forever ruin. Hisan angrily snapped back, as he started to make hand seals. Son, you know the next jutsu I'm going to use, so I pray you are able to counter it. I don't want to see you die, by my own hand no less. Water release, lotus light rupture. Droplets of water started to form around Shivuki, spinning around him as they took the shape of lotus petals. Fortunately for the young village head, he knew what to do in order to protect himself from such attack. Water release, water tornado. A twister of water formed around Shivuki just in time before the water lotus petals exploded, shielding him from the chain of blasts. When the tornado of water receded, Shivuki wasn't any worse for the wear. That's my son, Hisan whispered, smiling in satisfaction and some pride, before the two of them continued their duel. As Kakashi and Sakumo engaged in their own personal duel, they started to move away from the main battleground little by little. The two white-haired ninjas took the fight above the ground, jumping from one tree branch to another, trading punches, kicks, blade strikes, and sometimes ninjutsu. After Kakashi parried yet another blow from Sakumo, the two of them landed on a nearby branch each. Kakashi braced for his father's next attack, but it didn't come. Even as a boy, you were such a strong and talented ninja, Kakashi, Sakumo replied. I always wondered just how strong you'd be when you reached your prime. I'm glad I got to see it, even if it's in such wretched situation. Then it's good to see that at least one of us sees the bright side of this situation, father, Kakashi replied. I was praying that Orochimaru wouldn't bring you back, but given your reputation and skill, it was a fool's hope. No hope is ever foolish, son. Losing hope is, Sakumo replied. You're not the best one to talk about losing hope, father, Kakashi replied, as he started making hand seals. If Sakumo wouldn't attack him, then he'd take the initiative. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Calling forth the Uchiha clan's signature attack, Kakashi breathed a massive fireball at his opponent. Sakumo's reflexes didn't let him down, and prepared another attack to counter it. After making the hand seals, he brought his hands together, the two index fingers pointing forward, as they crackled with electricity. Lightning release, Piercing Light Spear. From the tip of his fingers, Sakumo fired a lightning bolt that flew in a straight line forward, piercing the fireball, making it burst into dozens of harmless embers, before continuing forward. However, he saw that his son was nowhere to be seen. So, the fireball was just a distraction, huh? Sakumo thought, as his body tensed up, bracing for the incoming attack. Now where did he? Without even turning around, Sakumo thrust his tanto backwards, channeling chakra through it in order to increase the range of his blade, which indeed stabbed into something. I hope that wasn't the real you, son, Sakumo said. To answer his question, Kakashi started to crackle, before he exploded into a burst of lightning, coating Sakumo in electricity. He tried to move, but the electricity severely impaired his movement. Sakumo managed to bring his hands together and form a hand seal. In an instant, the electricity coating his body moved onto his tanto, forming a blade made of lightning, and swung it upwards, just in time to parry Kakashi's lightning-enhanced kunao strike, resulting in an explosion of lightning bolts that sent both men flying into opposite directions, both landing onto the cold ground below on their backs. The two of them both jumped onto their feet, and got ready to continue their clash. You know, son, I have the feeling that you're not very happy to see me, Sakumo said, sounding a little sorrowful. And I don't mean being forced to fight against me. What I feel right now is irrelevant. All that matters is that I need to put you down, since your existence is a threat to the Ninja Alliance, Kakashi said, lifting his forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing his Sharingan. Sakumo's eyes widened upon seeing it. Until now, I was merely probing you, testing your strength. The real fight begins now, father. And, after banishing the torrent of conflicting emotions to the back of his mind, Kakashi charged towards his father, ready to send him back to the place he belongs. Chapter 108. Lightning Clash. Or Father's Day Special. Come on Akamaru, let's go. Human-Beast Combination Transformation, Berserker Werewolf. Let's do it Hina. Human-Beast Combination Transformation, Cat Warrior. Kiba and Tamaki merged with their animal companions, and after a brief burst of smoke, their human forms were gone, replaced by their animal-like forms. Wasting no time, the two teens leaped forward, ready to rip the flying Zetsu to shreds. "Hey Tamaki," Kiba said, as he teared the wings from a particularly unlucky Zetsu clone. "I bet I can kill more of these things than you do." The cat Kunoichi wasn't somebody to leave such challenge unanswered, especially if it came from her longtime rival. "Oh, you're on." The corpses of the white Zetsu clones started to pile around them as they fought with all their strength. Watching from above, Shino shook his head upon seeing how his teammates once again made light of a dire situation for the sake of one-upping the other. Then again, given their drive and the gusto they were slaying Zetsu clones with, maybe that was a good thing. "Guess I can stop worrying about them, and focus on the enemy at hand," Shino thought. With a hand seal, he directed his remaining giant beetles to fight against the flying white Zetsu surrounding him. Several tried to attack him from multiple directions, but Shino already had a way to counter them. Spreading his arms, swarms of beetles emerged from under his sleeves, and started to fly around him and his giant beetle, almost like forming a protective barrier. "I'm sorry, but you won't be able to land a solid hit on me no matter where you attack me from." Such boast proved to be his undoing, as something from below violently hit his giant beetle, causing it to lose balance and accidentally drop Shino to the ground. While the wasn't flying so high to worry about the fall harming him in any serious way, it still hurt. "Ugh. I dropped my guard." Shino chastised himself, as he adjusted his shades, while getting to his feet as quickly as he could. He was in a very vulnerable position. He scanned the battleground to see how had taken him down, and found his answer when he saw Kakuzu with his right arm raised, just as his right fist reattached itself to it. I grew to hate airborne targets. I also grew to hate the people that were involved in my death, Kakuzu said with an angry snarl, as his two remaining monstrosities landed beside him. "And guess what, you happened to be both." Without having to ask for help, Shino's summoned beetle instantly dived from above towards Kakuzu. And without Kakuzu having to order them to do it, his remaining masked monsters released a torrent of water and a storm of lightning bolts, forcing the oversized Coleopterus to change course and fly away in order to avoid the attacks. "You know, I always felt that people who held grudges were fools, that let petty revenge get in the way of the truly important things in life, like wealth," Kakuzu began, as he started to advance towards Shino. "But given my current state, I think I'm going to indulge into revenge just this time. You'll be a good starting point. Then, the mutt and the cat girl. I shall present your decapitated heads to Kakashi, if he survives his encounter with his father, that's it." Shino took a step back, and made a hand seal. Kakuzu raised his arm again, and fired his hand at Shino. "I know you're a ranged fighter, hence the first order of business is to bring you to hand distance," Kakuzu said. "Thousand bee stings jutsu." Suddenly, multiple razor-sharp stings rained over Kakuzu, forcing the former Taki ninja to jump back. He managed to harden his skin in order to make sure the surprise attack didn't harm him, but his jutsu didn't extend to the threads holding his body parts together, and the threads connecting his arm and forearm to the rest of the arm were severed, leaving him one-armed. Damn it! What the hell was dash? Suddenly, Kakuzu found himself staring at a gigantic bee, with a smirking Iwa Kunoichi riding on its back. Before Kakuzu had time to react, the bee opened its jaws, releasing a torrent of sticky honey that left the undead ninja pinned to the ground. Thankfully, his masked monsters sensed their master's plight, and quickly went to aid him. Unfortunately for them, the newcomer wasn't going to let them release her prey. "Sorry Kakuzu, but that's not gonna happen. I read your entry of the bingo book, and I know about those things you create with the heart of your enemies," the giant bee rider said as she made several hand seals. "Bee bomb jutsu." Suddenly, a swarm of bees appeared out of seemingly nowhere, split in two groups and flew towards the incoming masked monsters. Both Shino and Kakuzu realized that most of the bees were carrying explosive seals. Kakuzu tried to order his minions to turn back, but it was too late. The bees latched onto them, and the Iwa ninja triggered the explosive tags. Kakuzu's monsters were engulfed by a multitude of explosions, reducing them to charred remains. Before anything could happen, Shino rushed towards the trapped Kakuzu and placed several chakra-suppressing sealing tags onto the honey trap, which would ensure that the former Akatsuki wouldn't be able to brute force the way out of the trap. The giant bee lowered its position almost close to ground level, and Shino could hear the woman letting out a mocking laugh. "An Abarame saved by a member of the Kamaizuru clan," the woman said in an almost taunting manner. "And not just any Abarame, but the heir to the clan. How does it feel?" Shino adjusted his glasses, and looked at his savior. She recognized her as Suzumibuki Kamaizuru, current leader of what was left of the Kamaizuru clan. "Regardless of our respective clans' past history, I will always be grateful towards anybody that helps me in battle," Shino said, before crossing his arms and scowling a little. "However, you should do good in revising that attitude. We're allies now, fighting an enemy unlike any other. Petty squabbles have no room in the battleground." Shino's dressing down erased Suzumibuki's smirk of superiority, and scoffed at him. "HMPF. You Konoha scum are always so self-righteous. I think I wasted enough time with you, brat. I have a battle to win." As Suzumibuki and her giant bee returned to the skies, Shino shook his head before looking for his next opponent. "A sherry non," Sakumo said, dumbfounded. "Just, how? Did you take it from an Uchiha corpse or something? How is that the clan allowed you to keep it?" "First of all, this eye is the parting gift of a precious friend," Kakashi began. He repressed the image of Obito as a member and currently leader of Akatsuki. Even to this day, even after fighting him, he still had a hard time reconciling with the fact that his teammate and the monster who started this war were the same person, and sometimes he refused to believe they were one and the same. And second, the Uchiha clan no longer exists. As a big clan, at least. Their numbers can be counted with one hand. "I did see plenty of Uchiha among the reanimations," Sakumo began. "Many Hyagas as well. Son, just what happened to Konoha? Plenty of disasters befell the village. Fortunately, we managed to endure, and came out stronger as a result," Kakashi replied. "It's a relief that at very least, you're still alive and well," Sakumo said, as his body tensed, ready to attack. "Make sure my body doesn't betray such statement." Sakumo leaped forward, his tanto leaving a trail of white light. Kakashi parried once again his father's weapon, and pulling a second kunao, he counter-attacked with a series of quick swipes that Sakumo expertly parried, even knocking a kunao out of his hand. Kakashi wasn't deterred, and before parrying another blow from Sakumo, he pulled another kunao and used it to stab his father in the neck. Sakumo was fast enough to catch Kakashi by the wrist before he could do such a thing. It was then when Sakumo realized that the second kunao had an explosive tag attached to it, which was already ignited. He opened his eyes widely, and tried to tell his son to avoid the explosion, but it proved to be unnecessary, as Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a log wrapped in more explosive tags. There was an explosion, followed by a chain of more blasts, so powerful and in so quick succession that they took down several trees, clearing out a small area of the snow-covered forest. From the ensuing cloud of smoke, Sakumo emerged, landing on the giant crater formed by the explosions. He wasn't incapacitated as Kakashi was hoping, but he definitely was far from unharmed. He was missing a whole arm, the one he was holding the white chakra saber with, as well as several chunks of his body, including part of his head. Such damage would have been enough to kill a normal man, but alas, it was insufficient for a reanimated ninja. Still, I managed to weaken him enough. All he needs is the final blow. Kakashi thought, as he dashed at Sakumo from behind, his Sharingan focused on his still regenerating form, while electricity coated his right hand as he readied his signature ability. Lightning Bladash. Lightning Release, Lightning Flash. Sakumo's body crackled with electricity for a fraction of a second, before a bright white light engulfed the area. The effect was even worse for Kakashi given his Sharingan, and instinctively stopped, canceling his jutsu, and closing his eyes shut, but still getting ready for a counter-attack as long as his blindness lasted. He was able to use that jutsu without using hand seals, Kakashi thought, as he gritted his teeth under his mask. Was he always this good, or am I underestimating him? Kakashi opened his eyes slowly, and was greeted by a blurry sight. The copy ninja directed chakra into his eyes in order to restore his eyesight faster, but when the blurry vision was gone, so was Sakumo. "You're fighting full of anger, son," Kakashi heard Sakumo's voice. He tried to pinpoint its location, but was unable to track it. It felt like it came from multiple directions at once. "You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. I'm fighting my long-deceased father that killed himself when I was a mere child." Kakashi fired back in an uncharacteristical display of anger. "Excuse me if I'm not a paragon of stoicism. Yet I have the feeling that your anger isn't entirely directed at the man who orchestrated this scenario, but at me as well," Sakumo said. "Am I right, son? Just keep talking. That way I can track your position better and end this charade already," Kakashi said, as he nervously looked around, trying to predict where Sakumo's attack will come from. Lightning release, White Fang. Sensing the faintest breeze of air behind him shift, Kakashi turned around as he channeled electricity through a kunai, parrying a sword made of pure electricity that was being channeled through a kunai. Sakumo managed to overpower Kakashi and push him back, before delivering more swings. While the copy ninja managed to dodge them all, his flak jacket got a few cuts. His specialty was close combat. "I can't beat him in that area. I need to put some distance. Let's raise a wall, and no, not a wall. Earth jutsu is awful to counter lightning, though there may be something," Kakashi thought as he continued to jump back from Sakumo's swipes. He realized much to his frustration that his father was only using one arm, while the other was still regenerating. "I can't let him push me into the defensive." Earth release, hiding like a mole jutsu. The moment Kakashi's feet touched the ground, they quickly sank into it as if it was made of water rather than solid matter. Not that such a just was going to stop Sakumo. "I'm afraid that's not going to be enough, son." Lightning release, White Fang Wolf Bite. Sakumo sadly said, as he slammed his lightning sword into the ground, releasing a mass of lightning bolts in every direction, breaking the ground and releasing rocks and pebbles in every direction. Among the objects launched into the air, Kakashi was among them. However, the copy ninja wasn't as surprised as one would expect, probably because he was already expecting his father's reaction. While midair, he made several hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Sage Jutsu. Kakashi breathed a volley of fireballs from above towards his father, whose torn arm finished regenerating. Grabbing the kunai with both hands, the lightning sword it was projecting grew in length, and started to spin it so fast, it looked like a disc of light. The spinning lighting sword created a makeshift shield that deflected all the fireballs that would have hit him. Just as expected. "And while he's doing that, he can't see me," Kakashi thought as he rushed towards him, making hand seals. His hand crackled with electricity as the screech of 1,000 birds filled the air. "Now, it's just a matter of landing a strike." Lightning Blade. As the White Fang stopped the spinning, Kakashi thrust his lightning-coated hand into Sakumo's midsection. However, Sakumo was fast enough to use his elemental sword's remaining momentum to move it down and intercept Kakashi's attack. "I know you're another clone," Sakumo stated. "Then this may not surprise you," Kakashi said, before he exploded into a mass of lightning, surrounding Sakumo. However, the lightning clone's discharge was deflected by his lightning sword, and failed to do any harm. That second, the ground around Sakumo started to rumble, and 3 Kakashis emerged from the sides and behind him, all 3 of them with another lightning blade already prepared, ready to impale him from 3 different sides. However, Sakumo didn't become a living legend by letting himself fall prey to such ambushes. Displaying an amazing, almost inhuman speed, Sakumo started to spin around his feet while pulling a second kunai with his other arm, generating a second lightning sword through it. When Kakashi and his clones landed their strikes, all they hit were Sakumo's elemental swords. The energy clash between all the lightning jutsu resulted in 3 explosions that destroyed Kakashi's shadow clones, while launching the real one several meters back, painfully bouncing a couple times on his back. "When you were a kid, you told me you wanted to fight me when you were old enough," Sakumo recalled, his eyes glinting with a sad light. "I presume that this is not what you were expecting, were you? Are you talking about the beating you're giving me, or the fact that you're a reanimation under the control of one of Konoha's greatest traitors?" Kakashi bitterly asked, as he shook off the pain and got back on his feet as best as he could. "Son, you can't beat me if you keep fighting like this," Sakumo said. Shut up. You're nothing special. People might have called you a legend, but I've seen ninjas that could wipe the floor with you, Kakashi seethed. And you would have seen them, have you not took your life like you did? Fueled by anger, Kakashi charged forward. Sakumo smiled inwardly. So, that was what was keeping his son from doing his best. Now that he had that hint, there might be some hope. At another side of the battlefield, other one-on-one duel took place. This time, between Hanzo the Salamander, former leader of Omega Corps, and Mifune, the commander of the 5th Division. So far, the two of them limited themselves to armed combat, Mifune's katana clashing against Hanzo's Kusarigama, filling the air with metallic clanging noises every couple seconds. Samurai surely fell low if they are so willing to become a ninja's lapdog. Hanzo taunted, as he delivered a blow at Mifune's legs. The samurai expertly blocked before countered with a swing to his neck, which Hanzo parried with the chain of his Kusarigama. We samurai do not meddle in the affair of ninjas and nations that support or employ them. But this war isn't just a matter of ninjas. It's a matter of survival, for all of us. Hanzo swung the mace of his Kusarigama at Mifune's head. The old samurai managed to duck in time, and taking advantage of Hanzo being wide open, he stabbed his katana into the aim reanimation's gut. That was a mistake, Mifune, Hanzo said. Suddenly, a purple gas started to leak out of the hole Mifune had made into the man's stomach. He didn't ask what it was, since he could figure it out, and jumped back as quickly as his legs allowed him to, praying that he didn't accidentally inhale some of the gas. So, even as a reanimation, Hanzo still keeps that black salamander poisonous gland, Mifune thought. It was careless of me not to assume that. Mifune-sama. A nearby samurai called while tossing his leader a spare samurai helmet. The shogun of the Land of Iron took no time to put that helmet on, given that it had a gas mask built on it as well. After thanking his fellow samurai, Mifune looked at Hanzo, who was in the process of making a chain of hand seals. You might have stopped me from making hand seals with your twice-damned Iaijutsu, but my poison bought me all the time I needed to do this. Hanzo finished, before slamming his hand into the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a burst of smoke, and the next second, Hanzo was standing on top of Ibus, his feared salamander summon. Upon seeing this, Mifune gripped the handle of his kanata tightly, not taking his eyes from his opponent. The fight had become much harder now. Everybody, stay away from Hanzo. Only samurai, or those who are able to avoid the poison of his salamander should face him. Mifune shouted. How brave. Telling the others to save themselves, instead of asking for help when it's obvious that you need it, Hanzo observed. You samurai didn't forsake your honor, I can concede that. A warmonger like you has no right to talk about honor, Mifune said in subdued anger. Much less to judge somebody else's. Hanzo smirked under his rebreather. Very well then, no more words, just actions. Ibus, after him. The large eyeless amphibian charged at the shogun of the Land of Iron, small quakes caused whenever its large legs hit the ground. The blade of Mifune's katana started to glow as he channeled chakra through it, before making an horizontal swing, releasing a crescent-shaped chakra blast at the incoming monster. However, Hanzo was already expecting such a move. Ibus, now. The aim reanimation said, as he jumped into the air. Ibus stopped on its tracks, and buried itself underground head first. Meanwhile, Hanzo threw the mace half of his Kusarigama at Mifune, who wrapped itself around his wrists, pinning them against each other. Upon landing, Hanzo pulled the chain towards him, but Mifune managed to resist and didn't bulge. Your resilience is worth praising, samurai, but this is your end. Ibus, get him. Hanzo ordered. The ground beneath Mifune's feet started to shake, as he knew what was coming. He tried to break free from the chain binding his wrists, but Hanzo's pull was too firm. Paper chakram. Suddenly, a large sharp ring made of paper descended from above, cleanly cutting the chain holding Mifune in place, and the old samurai managed to jump backwards just before Ibus emerged from underground and tried to swallow him whole. Where did that attack came from? Mifune thought, as he started to carefully look around, thought without taking at least one eye from Hanzo. Following the direction of the paper jutsu, Mifune saw a blue-haired woman floating above him with two wings made of many sheets of paper coming from her back. While he never met her before, this woman met the description he had given of the ex-Akatsuki member that now worked for Konoha, Konan. "Thanks for your assistance," he said, before smirking a little. "Heh, this is the second time today that I'm helped by a flying kunoichi." "You're welcome, Mifune-sama," Konan said, as she floated down. "May I ask for a favor in return? I wish to deal with this opponent myself. I don't think I can allow such thing in good conscience." "Hanzo is not an opponent to be underestimated," Mifune said. "You're welcome to join the battle. I'm not somebody to be underestimated either, as many ninjas who fought against me can attest." "Those who are still alive, regrettably enough," Konan replied, her amber eyes narrowing at Hanzo. "Hanzo and I have some history together. I studied his fighting style in depth, and I have the perfect way to permanently put him down." Mifune looked at Konan, and could see the fire burning in her eyes. He knew that she needed more than a fiery spirit to defeat an opponent of such caliber, but then again, the shogun of the Land of Iron was also told of Konan's ninjutsu prowess, so it was likely that she could back up her words with actions. Wordlessly, Mifune fell back and went to look for another opponent, though he made sure to stay close in case the Blunet may need his help. "I take that back what I said," Hanzo said in disgust. "That samurai has no honor left in his old bones." Konan's eyes narrowed even more, as her mouth curved into an ugly snarl. "The man who ambushed a trio of kids with an army of ninjas because he was too afraid of them dares to speak about honor. A trio of kids? Just what the hell are you talking? Wait a minute." Hanzo began. He then remembered something. A flashback to some years ago. That man with orange hair, piercings, and purple rippled eyes. The very man who put an end to his life, and Hanzo, the man who fought and defeated the Sannin in their prime, the one who anointed them with such title, wasn't even able to touch him. His defeat was so humiliating, he was almost glad when his attacker put an end to it. A Megakure, a few years ago. Such a disappointment, the legendary Hanzo the Salamander, the purple-eyed man said, his voice deep and imposing. "I guess if you aren't fighting against a trio of children with an army backing you up, your skills alone don't take you too far. And Jiraiya-sensei lost to you when he was in his prime. Disgusting. Trio of children? Jiraiya-sensei? Who are you? You came here to avenge him?" Hanzo asked, the building panic not allowing him to think coherently. His many wounds didn't help either. "Just what do you dash?" "Silence," his attacker said. He didn't raise his voice, but his commanding tone compelled Hanzo to shut up. "I don't want to hear your voice anymore. I don't want to see you anymore. The mere thought that I once admired you makes me want to hurl. Your mere existence is blight upon this world that I plan to correct right now. Shinra Tensei." Those were Hanzo's last moments, who has been repressed the moment this cursed jutsu brought him to life, but the blue-haired woman's words brought to the surface of his mind. Then, another memory. An ambush he carried out alongside a Konoha high-ranked ninja named Danzo, against a trio of AIM ninjas that were growing in power and influence. Better deal with them now before they became a threat. He didn't remember much of that day, the horrible image of that grotesque giant statue as it massacred his ninjas, while letting out nightmarish roars replaced everything else. Though now, he could remember who were his targets, two boys, one with orange spiky hair, and another one a redhead, plus a blue-haired girl. A blue-haired girl with amber eyes. The same amber eyes that were now glaring daggers at him. Though while those eyes were full of innocence and fright, those eyes now reflected weariness, regret, and above all else, anger. "You, that day, you're the girl I took hostage," Hanzo said in realization. Konan's snarl turned into a smirk of satisfaction, but her anger did not subside one bit. "Good. So you finally remember us. You know, the first time Nagato wanted to deal with you alone. He didn't want me near, he said that I didn't deserve to get my hands dirty with your blood. Of course, I disagreed, but I didn't want to argue with him. And now, I finally get to avenge Yahiko's death personally. And unlike the last time we saw each other, I have no intention of becoming a damsel in distress. You're getting it wrong, girl. It's me who will get to avenge my own death." Ibus, get her! Hanzo commanded. The salamander opened its jaws, releasing a wide stream of purple-colored poisonous haze at the flying woman. Sheets of paper started to spin around her, as she made Seihine of hand seals before thrusting her arms forward. Paper cyclone. The sheets of paper formed a twister that flew towards the incoming stream of toxic fumes. Some of the paper sheets started to glow, revealing themselves to be explosive tags before they detonated, creating a chain of explosions that stopped the attack. From the resulting clouds, the mace half of Hanzo's Kusarigama rocketed towards her, wrapping the chain around her ankle. With a mighty pull, Hanzo slammed her into the ground. First order of business, bring you back to ground level. Hanzo said. Now, for the second and final order of business, to deal the death blow. Fast as lightning, Hanzo dashed forward, and sunk the blade half of his weapon into Conan's neck. However, Conan's expression remained unchanged, and no blood seeped from her wound. Don't you think I know every one of your little tricks? Conan asked, as she burst into a mass of papers that enveloped the former AIM leader, forming a cocoon of paper around him. What I think is that you're underestimating me. Hanzo indignantly said as he made a hand seal and escaping the paper prison with the body flicker jutsu before the paper cocoon formed completely. I would never dream of underestimating you, Conan's voice said. Hearing that it came from above, Hanzo looked up and saw Conan floating above him, but the worrying part were the literally thousands of origami shuriken floating besides her. Now be torn to shreds and disappear. Motioning her hand down, Conan commanded the paper shuriken to rain upon Hanzo and his salamander. However, Hanzo had enough time to weave several hand seals. Fire release, multiple flame plumes. Hanzo removed his rebreather before unleashing a wave of fire projectiles towards Conan. The blazing missiles and paper shuriken met in the middle, resulting in a multitude of explosions. However, much to Hanzo's surprise, he saw that Conan's attack was overpowering his. What the? How can paper beat a fire jutsu? The reanimation panicked. How can this dash? Hanzo's thoughts were interrupted when the paper shuriken raining upon him suddenly multiplied by 100, quickly overpowering his fire jutsu before the attack reached him. He tried to jump back, but even if he only spent less than 2 seconds being pelted by the razor-sharp paper projectiles, it was still enough to torn him to shreds, just like Conan said. With plenty of deep cuts across his body and his forelimbs completely rendered useless, Hanzo helplessly fell on his back. His wounds quickly began to regenerate, but the sight of Conan descending upon him, more papers fluttering around her, told him that he wasn't going to regenerate in time. The papers fluttering around Conan started to move around Hanzo, slowly wrapping around him, forming a paper cocoon. It's hard to believe that you were the same man who beat the Sannin in their prime. I didn't believe Nagato at first when he told me how easily he beat you, Conan began, as he looked at him with eyes full of contempt. Guess that you let your reputation precede you, and didn't keep your skills honed. Perhaps I did, Hanzo sadly admitted. He then looked at the papers quickly covering him, and realized of something. Though, before you seal me, there's something I want to know. Conan didn't say anything, but Hanzo took her silence as a cue to ask. It's not that he was going to lose anything for doing so. What happened with Omegakur? Hanzo asked. I saw some ninjas wearing the AIM uniform around. I tried to avoid them. How is the village doing? Nagato and I ruled the village after you were out of the picture, Conan began to explain, deciding to humor the old man's last request. Then Nagato died, and I'm the sole ruler of AIM. And as its village head, I pledged the forces of AIM, few as they are in comparison to the great villages, for the cause of the Ninja Alliance. I see. Hanzo said, looking somewhat relieved. Regardless of what I did, or said, if there's one thing you can believe about me, is that I cared about my village. Given that the village is now yours, make sure it stays strong, and don't let the great villages stomp over you. That thing won't happen. Not just because of my leadership, Conan replied. But because I, alongside others, are helping to build a better world where the bloody conflicts from the past will remain forever in the past. Hanzo didn't say anything, and let the papers envelop him completely, forming the cocoon. Conan walked towards it, and placed a couple of chakra suppression seals, making sure that Hanzo wouldn't be a danger anymore. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan said, rising her gaze to the cloudy skies. I'll make sure our dream will come to pass. And this time, it will be done properly. Water release. Water bullet jutsu. Water release, wall of water. Shivuki expelled several watery projectiles from his mouth towards his father. Hisan expelled a wide stream of water that managed to stop his son's attack, and still had enough momentum to continue forward, forcing the young Takigakuer leader to jump back, just as Hisan prepared his next attack. Watch out, son. The next attack is going to be a big one. Hisan warned, just as he finished the chain of hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. The water of the previous attacks, plus the water from the recently melted snow gathered under Hisan, forming a tornado of water, which quickly took the shape of a serpentine dragon, with Hisan riding on its head. The dragon let out a roar before it lunged at the young Takigakuer leader. While panicking, Shivuki decided to counter his dad's jutsu with a similar one. I can use that as well. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. Another dragon-shaped water construct of similar size formed from the nearby water and snow, and managed to intercept Hisan's dragon. While the two dragons struggled against the other, Hisan leaped into the air, and formed a sword of water on his hand. Damn it, the first attack was just a distraction. Shivuki inwardly cursed, his hands still locked into a seal, pouring chakra into the latest jutsu, before stumbling to generate another water sword to parry his father's incoming blow. Son, run. Hisan warned, as he was about to strike. Wolf Claw Strike. Hisan saw a white blur, followed by a loud metallic clang, and the next second, much to his shock, there was a huge, feral-looking werewolf with white fur between him and his son, parrying his blade of water with his bare claws, that glowed with chakra. The chakra glow increased, taking the shape of crescent-shaped energy blasts that violently pushed Hisan backwards. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping coming from above drew his attention, and saw what appeared to be a spinning drill coated in lightning falling on top of him. Lightning release, Chidori Drill Claw. Still, Hisan was quick enough to defend himself from the unexpected ambush, and formed more hand seals. Water release, Water Wall. Hisan expelled a torrent of water from his mouth at the spinning electric drill, both propelling himself to the ground, and pushing the threat away from him. The drill stopped to spin, revealing itself to be a girl with cat features, wearing blade gauntlets. Both the cat girl and the werewolf landed on the ground on their feet, and rushed towards Shivuki. Kiba, Tamaki. Shivuki said, breathing heavily, still processing the fact that he was alive. Are you alright, Shivuki-san? Tamaki asked. I think we cut a little too close. A few seconds late, and who knows what would have happened. Kiba added. Shivuki let out a sigh. It appeared to be of relief, but there also of resignation. Once again, thank you. You came to my aid when I needed it the most. Tamaki smiled. Hey, don't sweat it. That's what friends are for. Shivuki, Hisan said, as he walked towards the trio, making Kiba and Tamaki to tense up and adopt fighting positions. You know these people? Yes. They're Konoha ninja. Part of the group of ninjas that helped us to take down the Akatsuki that nearly destroyed our village, Shivuki explained. Kiba, Tamaki, this is my dad Hisan, the previous leader of Takigakuer. The two of them winced upon realizing that Shivuki had been forced to fight his own father. Such experience had to be emotionally devastating. Still, they managed to hide their reaction pretty well. It's nice to meet you, sir, Kiba said, trying to smile, but in his current form, it appeared more like a vicious snarl. We don't usually look like this, though, Tamaki was quick to point out. It's because of a transformation jutsu we're using. Don't worry, I've seen ninjas with far more bizarre appearances, Hisan replied. Though if my son said is true and you helped defend our village, then you'll have my gratitude. Taki and Konoha are allies, and we have some good friends in Taki as well, Kiba said. We did what anybody else would do in our position. Hisan, however, noticed that his son was less than thrilled with the two Konoha ninjas coming to his rescue. Shivuki, what's wrong? Aren't you glad your friends are here to help you? Hisan asked. This is what I previously meant, Dad, Shivuki began, sounding dour. Just like how Kiba and Tamaki had to help me from you, I had to ask other villages to help ours. What kind of leader that makes me? I tell you what, a leader that cares for his village, Hisan firmly stated, as his expression became a little harsher. Shivuki, needing somebody else's help to do something you can't do on your own isn't a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. Sure, improving oneself and being able to do things on one's own, be an individual like you and me, or a village, is important. But that doesn't mean that we should try to do everything on our own. Not all of us are born equal, just like how not all villages are the same. Yet, the fact that you not only kept Konoha's alliance, but strengthened it, shows that you've been a good leader for our village. Think what would have happened if other villages didn't help Taki against Akatsuki. Our beloved home would be a smoking ruin with no hopes of getting it back. Shivuki stood there, silent, waiting his father's words. Even part of him, the part that loved to put him down, tried to ignore Hisan's wisdom. Another part, the rational one, argued that his father was right. Taki had undergone mass destruction, but the loss could have been much greater, and the village was in the process of being rebuilt. As long as Taki existed, there would be hope. Yeah, not everybody can get strong on their own. Just because you fight alongside others, that doesn't mean that you're weak, Kiba said. Or that Taki is. Hell, not even Konoha is strong enough to take on Akatsuki alone. We had to seek the help of many other villages, both major and minor, to do so. Plus, take a look at us. Tamaki said, chuckling a bit, as she pointed at both herself and Kiba. We had to merge with our animal companions for a power boost. If that's not relying on others to grow strong. Shivuki sighed, though this time, it didn't appear to be a sigh of weariness or sadness. If anything, it appeared like a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He closed his eyes, and shook his head as his lips curved into a smile. I've been such an idiot. Shivuki said, almost in a whisper. He opened his eyes, and fixed a stare on his father. Hisan was almost taken aback to see that the doubts and self-pity he could see reflected on his son's eyes were gone, replaced by steel-hard determination. Kiba, Tamaki, help me seal my father, so we can later return him to afterlife where he belongs. All right. Kiba said, dropping on all four. You got it. Tamaki said, crouching down like a lioness would before pouncing on her prey. Hisan smiled. He wasn't even worried when his body moved on its own again, and rushed to attack the trio of ninjas. Shivuki, Tamaki, and Kiba also charged forward, ready to meet the former Taki leader in the middle, whose hands were flying through hand seals. Water release, double water blade. This time, masses of water appeared around the undead ninjas' hands, before they took the shape of swords, one with a straight edge, the other with a curved and serrated brought his arms together in a swift X-shaped motion, making Shivuki to break and jump back, and Kiba and Tamaki turned to the sides. Though, as he moved his swords, they released small blades of water to the sides and the front. Shivuki managed to deflect all of them with quick swings of his watery sword. Tamaki did the same with her blade gauntlets, but some razor droplets found their mark and left several cuts on her arms and legs. Kiba, however, was the one who took it the worse, given his lack of weapons to use to defend himself as well as his increased size. Soon, patches of red started to grow around his white fur. Kiba! Tamaki called, concerned. I'm okay. You need more than a few superficial cuts to take me out. Kiba quickly replied. Focus on the enemy. Right. Tamaki said, shifting her focus from Kiba to Hisan, as she and her partner charged back at him. Sensing this, Hisan prepared his next move. Water release, water clone jutsu. The water around the area gathered and took the shape of 3 Hisan clones, all of them already armed with a water sword. However, rather than intercepting Kiba and Tamaki like the feral duo was expecting, they moved towards Shivuki, while the real Hisan went after them. It seems that whoever is controlling me considers you two a greater threat than my son, Hisan warned them, sounding a little sorrowful. I have faith that Shivuki can beat a trio of water clones, though as for you, you better prepare. Don't worry, you won't be able to make me bleed twice. Kiba boasted, as he rushed to meet Hisan. Long chakra blades formed around his claws as he spread his arms, ready for a brutal slashing swipe. Hisan raised one of his swords to attack, while keeping the other low for defense. However, just when it appeared that Kiba was about to strike, he instead dived down, and tunneled underground. What? Tamaki, go for it. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air as Hisan once again found himself facing a living drill coated in electricity. Chidori Drill Claw. In such amount of time, all what Hisan could do was raise his water swords in an X shape to block Tamaki's onslaught. Channeling chakra into his swords to make them sturdier, Hisan took the attack head-on. Even if his swords resisted, the force behind the attack was strong enough to push him backwards, while the electricity that leaked into his body left it stiff. The earth started to shake beneath his feet, and Kiba emerged from underground, delivering a brutal uppercut with his chakra-enhanced claws. However, much to his surprise, Hisan burst into water when he was hit. What the, was he a clone too? Kiba asked, outraged. No, I believe he switched positions with another clone, Tamaki said in realization. Looking at where Shivuki was fighting the clones, she saw that only one remained, which had to be the real Hisan. Come on, after him. Hisan wanted to turn around and address the more immediate danger, but Shivuki wasn't going to let him. Creating another water blade on his other hand, the young Takigakuer leader delivered a double swipe at his father, who used both his swords to block the attack. Hisan could see that his son's eyes were glinting with renewed confidence. So, what do you think about my friends, Dad? Shivuki asked, beaming with pride. Hisan smiled. They're incredible. Truly remarkable ninjas. I know, right, Shivuki said, before his mouth curved into a smile. I couldn't have retaken Taki without them. And I don't think I could have defeated you without them. That's why I'm going to become much stronger than I am right now, so one day I can be the one who helps them in their time of need. Shivuki pushed both of her father's swords to the side with an impressive display of strength, before delivering a kick to the chest that sent the reanimated Taki ninja skidding back. Right into Kiba's path, whose front paws burned brightly with chakra as he prepared an attack. Wild Howling Strike. Kiba delivered a brutal uppercut to Hisan, as the chakra around his paws exploded, and took the shape of a giant wolf head, catching the undead ninja between its maws, and sending it flying up into the sky. As this happened, Tamaki jumped onto Kiba's shoulders, and used him as a springboard to jump into the sky, leaving Hisan below, while her hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, Burning Man. Fire spread around the cat Kunoichi, covering her completely in a cloak of flames, as she let gravity pull her body towards Hisan. The former Taki leader tried to weave the seals for a water jutsu, but it was too late. Blazing Feline Aerial Bomber. Tamaki's burning rear impacted against Hisan's chest, both of them pummeling to the snowy grass below, resulting in a massive fiery explosion the moment the two of them hit the ground, spreading embers around, melting the snow, and carving a crater into the ground. When the smoke dispelled, Tamaki was standing beside Hisan, lying on his back with his arms and legs spread, and his body greatly damaged. The reanimation jutsu was already working on healing his broken body, but not fast enough to prevent sealing. Okay, I think this guy isn't going anywhere, Tamaki said. I'm going to fetch a seal master. Shivuki-san, do you want to say any last words with your father before we seal him? Shivuki merely nodded, and walked towards the fallen form of his father as Tamaki leaped away. Hey, Dad, Shobuki said, a bit sheepishly. I always wished to see you again. Be careful with what you wish for, huh? Yes, the circumstances of our reunion weren't the best ones, to put it lightly. But I'm glad that we were able to meet again. Not only because I was able to see my boy all grown up, but because I managed to give you some of the help you needed. Yeah, sorry Dad, I didn't want you to see me that way, Shivuki said, as his eyes started to water, but he willed his tears back. I always wanted to be a ninja you'd be proud of. Hisan smiled. You're already that, son. I'm sure you'll be a greater ninja than I was. Just never give up, and remember, don't be afraid to ask others for help if something proves to be too much for you. I know, Dad. Thank you, and farewell, Shivuki said, before he turned around and walked away. A few seconds later, Tamaki returned with a seal master, making sure that Hisan wouldn't be forced to fight against the Ninja Alliance anymore. As Kakashi had stated previously, the real fight began now. No holding back, the silver-haired Jonin knew that he had to throw everything he had at his father, or else he would end up dead. And being dead means ending in the same place as my old man, and I'm not really in the mood for that. Kakashi chuckled at his own grim joke, as he prepared his next attack. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Kakashi breathed several small fireballs through his mask towards his father, who traveled in a wide angle, hoping to cut his room to dodge. Sakumo merely jumped backwards and started to make hand seals of his own. Kakashi recognized the seals as part of a water jutsu. Can my father use ninjutsu other than lightning? Kakashi thought in surprise, before the answer came to him. Heh, of course he can, he was a Jonin. Water Release, Great Water Wall. Sakumo expelled a massive torrent of water from his mouth, which was enough to put out all the existing flames. However, as the White Fang did this, Kakashi already prepared his next move. I can't let him go into the offensive. If I force him to be on the defensive all the time, I will win. Kakashi thought, his heart pounding each time faster as the masked Jonin former more hand seals. Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Fang. A mass of electricity foamed around Kakashi's right arm, before it jumped and took the shape of a hound, still connected to Kakashi through a constant thread of lightning, and rushed towards the now wide-open Sakumo without finding any obstacles on its path. When it was close enough, the elemental hound jumped into the undead ninja's neck and closed its maws around it, before it exploded into a blast of lightning. And then Sakumo vanished in a burst of smoke. What the? A shadow clone. When did he create it? Kakashi thought, as panic began to creep through his back, frantically looking around. Kakashi, watch out. Do not get caught by this jutsu. Sakumo's voice said from behind. Kakashi turned to the direction the voice came from, and prepared for the worst. Lightning Release, Alpha Thunder Strike. Sakumo's entire body was covered in electricity, burning so bright, it was as if a thunderstorm was happening before his very eyes. Thrusting both arms forward, a truly massive cluster of lightning bolts rocketed from the undead man's hands, before they quickly merged and took the shape of a gigantic wolf head. Shit, no jutsu I have can counter that. Kakashi panicked, as he jumped back, trying to put some distance between him and his foe. There was only one thing he could do. Channeling chakra into his left eye, his Sharingan morphed into his main Jikyo form. Kamui. The air in front of Kakashi started to ripple and deform, before reality itself contorted into a spiraling vortex that devoured Sakumo's attack completely. However, it came as a big cost, as Kakashi could feel his chakra reserves quickly draining, and the exertion made him drop to one knee. Sakumo perceived his apparent weakness, and quickly charged forward, a kunai on his hand. Kakashi did the same, but rather than charge to meet his father, he used it to make a cut on his thumb, before discarding the weapon and making 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Kakashi slammed his palm into the ground, forcing Sakumo to break his charge and take a few steps backwards as not to run into Kakashi's summoned ally. However, when the cloud of smoke vanished after a couple seconds, Kakashi was still alone. You made me think you were summoning something, Sakumo observed. Or you did summon something that I failed to see. Why don't you get closer and find which one is? Kakashi taunted his father. Sakumo's face saddened. Son, it's quite obvious that you're mad at me. Whatever I feel right now is irrelevant. I need to end this fight right here and right now. You're too dangerous of a foe, and I'm one of the few that can put you down, Kakashi said, struggling to keep his voice cool. You don't deny it, then, Sakumo said. But not acknowledging it is just as bad. Why do you care so much about how I feel? Kakashi shouted, his patience close to snapping. He clutched both fists, and could feel small sparks of lightning crackling around them. If you don't calm down and focus, you won't be able to beat me, Sakumo replied. And if you don't beat me, you will die. Can't you see that? Oh, so now you care about me? This was the moment Kakashi's emotional barrier went down. You didn't care about me in the slightest when you choose to end your own life. Sakumo smiled, though sadness did not leave his eyes. So, that was it. Just like I feared. No wonder you don't have a very good memory of me. It's a bit late to apologize, father, Kakashi said, as his hand burst with electricity once more, and rushed forwards. Sakumo's body moved on its own to pull another kunai, and channel another sword of lightning through it, ready to meet his son's attack. It's never too late to make things right, son. Sakumo said, almost in a pleading tone. Really? Do you have a way to reverse time, and fix the childhood I had to spend alone? Kakashi replied. Sakumo's expression dropped even further. I'm afraid not. All what I can say is that I'm very sorry for leaving you alone, son. I'm sorry for giving up into despair, and failing you as a father. If I was stronger, maybe I could have withstood better the shame I brought upon myself. Stop, Kakashi firmly said. You might have done things you should regret, but saving your comrades at the expense of the mission wasn't one of them. How can you say that? That choice is what ended up dooming me. Sakumo said, as he jumped backwards while making hand seals. Lightning release, forked lightning. Bolts of lightning shoot from Sakumo's fingers, heading into multiple directions in a cone towards Kakashi. However, upon hitting the ground, rocks, trees, or plants, they would bounce and continue forward. Enganews. I'm definitely copying that, Kakashi thought, as his Sharingan worked to learn that jutsu, while his hands formed the seals of a counter. Wind release, vacuum great wave. Kakashi formed a sphere of concentrated pressurized air in front of him, before dropping all the pressure and releasing the air forward in the form of a powerful wind, dispelling the mass of lightnings coming at him, and continuing forward towards Sakumo, tearing away the grass in its path. Sakumo tossed several kunai with explosive tags attached to them to the wind attack, and the resulting explosions undid Kakashi's jutsu. It was then when Kakashi noticed something from the corner of his Sharingan, something metallic glinting with the sun. Upon focusing his gaze on the glint, he could see it was a weapon embedded into the ground. That's father's white chakra saber. He might have dropped it before, Kakashi thought. I need to get it back before he realizes. Lightning release, double white fang. From the smoke of the explosions, Sakumo emerged, dodging forward, two blades of lightning on each hand. Lightning also manifested on Kakashi's hand, and shaped it like a sword, just in time to parry his father's blows. What do you mean, I didn't make the wrong choice? Sakumo asked. Had I completed the mission, it would have helped Konoha win the war. Even the people I saved thought so. For a time, I used to think the same. That following the rules, the orders from our superiors, and completing the missions assigned to us was the way of the ninja. But a friend of mine showed me otherwise. Ninjas aren't unfeeling tools bred to kill. We're human beings that breathe, bleed, and live. We aren't to be discarded like that, Kakashi rebutted, as he parried a double blow from Sakumo. But protecting your friends and loved ones at the expense of the village. Sakumo began, before Kakashi cut him. How can we protect a village full of people we don't know, if we aren't allowed to love and cherish the people we do? Kakashi asked, as he began his counter-attack, pushing his father back. How can ninjas fight for a village that will send them to their deaths, without taking their lives into consideration? Kakashi managed to swipe one of the kunai that Sakumo was using to channel his jutsu out of his hands, and delivered a roundhouse kick to his chest, sending his father flying backwards. Fast as lightning, Kakashi pulled out several shuriken, and after imbuing them with lightning chakra, tossed them at the still-flying Sakumo. With his remaining lightning sword, Sakumo was able to parry the electrified steel stars flying at him. But little did he know, that was only a distraction. He didn't see how several dogs wearing blue clothes and Konoha forehead protectors burst from underground, and slammed against him multiple times, making his drop his other kunai. Despite this, he managed to land on his feet, but the moment he tried to bring his hands together to form a hand seal, but two more dogs, these ones larger than the first few, bit on each on his arms and forced them apart. Sakumo's eyes had barely a second to register Kakashi dashing at him, Sharingan glowing with a red gleam, and the white chakra saber in his hand, its blade crackling with blue lightning. Then, a diagonal, downward slash followed by a burst of ash and pieces of paper. Kakashi was now behind his father, his back turned to him. Sakumo's upper half of his body slid from his torso, both parts falling to the ground lifelessly. For forsaking the mission and saving your comrades, they called you trash. A ninja that doesn't follow the rules is trash. But a ninja that forsakes his comrades, Kakashi said, before turning around, and looking at his father with fire in both his eyes, is worse than trash. Sakumo looked at Kakashi in awe, new feeling forming a chaotic whirlwind in the very core of his being. Kakashi. I hated you for leaving me alone, father. Kakashi said. But, to this day, I think you made the right choice. I think you are a hero of Konoha, even if I may be the only one who thinks like that. And I teach my students to follow your example. You have no idea how happy hearing that makes me, son, Sakumo said, tears forming around his black eyes. Again. I'm sorry for being weak, and not standing strong for you. It makes me happy to see the fine ninja you've become, son, and that your convictions hold such strength. Your students are lucky to have you. Father, Kakashi began, sounding hesitant. I might not have another chance to do this, and I think I will regret it the rest of my life if I don't do it now, but, despite what happened in the end, I'm proud of calling you my father. And I forgive you. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the clouds above, and fell right onto Sakumo, much to Kakashi's surprise. And his surprise grew wider when not only Sakumo's regeneration stopped, but his body started to crumble and break apart. Thank you, son, even if I don't deserve it, Sakumo said, smiling earnestly at his son. Now, I can finally look at your mother in the eye. Sakumo's body crumpled completely, leaving a mound of dust and paper bits, and half buried between them, the corpse of a man, whose face was frozen in a scream of terror, an unlucky victim or a chimera sacrificed used to bring Sakumo from the afterlife. Farewell, father, Kakashi said, looking at the cloudy sky. Might you finally find in death the honor and peace you were denied in life. Chapter 109. The Light After the Storm. Or Night Whispers. Turtle Island, evening. Despite Killer Bee having a pretty big house on the island, he didn't allow anybody inside, claiming that nobody was to invade the privacy of his sanctuary. While Naruto and Fu wondered what did he have to hide, they weren't going to pry and earn the ire of their Jinchuriki teacher. And since the Kumo garrison on the island didn't have enough space to house all the Konoha ninjas, they had to spend the night in the open. Not that they minded, as all of the Konoha visitors were seasoned ninjas that were used to sleep under the stars during missions, even the younger ones. Thankfully, they didn't have to hunt or find their own food, as the Kumo ninjas had that part provided. Though there were a few mutters regarding Choza and how long the food supply would last with him around. Hey Naruto, Fu asked, as she took a bite from a roasted boar rib. Wanna come with me into the jungle to see what kind of animals show up at night? I doubt we can do that. We need to get to bed early so we can be up just at sunrise and continue with our training, Naruto replied. Fu snorted, as she placed her chin under her hand in a lazy way. Why? Is not that we're making that much progress anyway. We could try to do something fun just once. I also want to sleep, Naruto said, suppressing a yawn. Trying to master Kurama's chakra is like nothing I've tried before, and I'm exhausted. I'm surprised that you still have that much energy for adventure. Maybe we need to relax a little from training, you know? I was always told that focusing too much on a problem might not be good to solve it. Sometimes, it's better to take a step back and let your mind wander for a bit. Who told you that? Shino. Fu smiled brightly, and nodded. He's a treasure trove of wisdom, isn't he? He doesn't speak much, but when he does, every word he says is worth listening to. Tell Shino his wisdom won't work on me, Naruto said, as he stretched his arms. I think I'm going to sleep. I'm sure that, if I keep with the training, in the end I'll be able to do it. This isn't the first time that I struggle with a jutsu or a new power. Fu's face scrunched into an unamused scowl. I don't think I want you as my little brother. You're way too boring. Little? I'm older than you. Naruto protested. Fu then stood up to her full height, hands on her hips. But I'm bigger than you. So much bigger than you, Fu was trying to sound threatening, but her repressed giggles ruined the intended effect. She playfully flicked Naruto's nose. So, no talking back to your big sister, mister. Now that you mention it, Naruto began, as she looked at the girl towering over him. What did you do to have such a hell of a growth spurt? We were the same height when I first met you. Fu placed a finger under her lower lip, as she recalled the previous years. Well, you can say that I always had a lot of energy, Fu began, shrugging casually. Shibuki said that I needed to burn all these pent-up energy I had in my body, so he devised this super tough training regime to expend my excess energy on it. It was hard at first, but I got used to it pretty quickly. Then he increased the training, but I got used to it again. He continued like that for a year, before he gave up, though I decided to continue the training on my own because it wasn't that bad. Naruto shot her a blank stare. I refuse to believe that you got like that just by mere training. I train a lot too. Fu gave him a condescending smile. Not as much as I do, that's for sure, and for added emphasis, she flexed her biceps. You're right in doubting her claim. Both Naruto and Fu heard Kurama joining their conversation. Let's say your tenant has something to do with it. Hey. Do not downplay my hard work, you furball. Fu said, angrily poking at Naruto's stomach. I'm just stating the truth, human girl. It's not my fault that you're too mentally weak to accept it, Kurama replied in a somewhat taunting tone. Those wings you can generate isn't the only way Kome influences your body. You can thank her for your endless stamina and strength. That can't be true. Fu angrily protested. It is. This time, it was Kome herself who chimed in. Beetles are among the strongest animals on the planet. They can lift several hundred times their own weight. And naturally, I'm the strongest of them all. So of course, you got a portion of that strength as my chakra mingled with yours. Ah. Fu said, discouraged, as she slumped down. And here I thought it was all me. Hey, don't get so down, girl. If it's any consolation, you're the most badass Jinchuki I ever had, and you aren't even an adult yet. Imagine what you're going to do before you stop growing. Kome tried to reassure. Wait, she's going to grow even more? Naruto asked in both shock and horror. Not if she doesn't keep a healthy sleeping schedule. Kome replied. Naruto is right, time to go to bed. You still need to work hard to master my power. Fu crossed her arms, and pouted childishly. None of you guys are any fun. Moon. Despite the fact that the sun illuminating the hollow inside of the moon was artificial, they found that over time, it would increase or decrease its brightness in order to simulate day and night cycles. Something they appreciated, given that it was hard to sleep when your brain was tricked to believe that it was still daylight. During night, it would not only lower its brightness, it would also mimic the actual moon. Like a moon inside the moon. Heh, Hinata couldn't help but let out a chuckle at the thought, as her eyes continued to stare at their goal, hanging on the sky. Right now, they were resting in another small ghost town they found, this one without anything of note. The others were asleep, and Hinata was doing the first guard. The Hyuga clan head was sitting on the roof of the town's tallest building, in order to have a better vantage point. She was sure no enemy would attack them now, but one could never be so sure. After all, their enemy didn't sleep. According to the pictures and other hints they studied from the many temples, they found that there is a huge castle inside that sun, where the main Atsutsuki family used to live, and presumably, Tonari's base of operations and where he has his weapon stored. Hinata tried many times to use her Tensegan to see beyond the sun, but found herself unable to. It seemed that Tonari didn't bring every puppet to the earth to fight for Akatsuki, and left a sizable force to defend his home turf. Many days they could see puppets riding flying mechanical beasts, patrolling the area in search for enemies. It was advised to avoid them as not to alert Tonari of their presence. However, by carefully watching them, Hinata realized that they came and went from inside the sun, somehow. That meant that either it wasn't dangerous to fly near the sun, or had a way to safely cross it. Hinata-san. A voice snapped Hinata from her trance. Turning around, she saw it was Sai, Ino's not-quite boyfriend. Hello. I came to relieve you from night watch duty. Hinata smiled, as she let out a yawn. Good. I was starting to get a bit sleepy. In that case, I recommend you to rest. The success of this mission rests on your power, and it wouldn't do us no good if you weren't at your best, Sai explained, keeping a neutral face.
Yeah, sure, Hinata said, as she jumped off of the roof, and floated back to the ground. She entered one of the empty houses where Nori and another female moon acolyte were sleeping, alongside an empty sleeping bag. She got inside the bag, carefully not to awake her companions, and after a couple minutes, she fell asleep.
Yes, it worked.
A new voice said. A voice Hinata wasn't expecting to hear right now. The Hyuga clan head opened her eyes, and found she was no longer on the moon. Land of Frost, later that night. Just like the previous two battles, the Ninja Alliance once again stood victorious against the Akatsuki onslaught, whose forces were driven away from the Land of Frost much to the joy of their inhabitants. And while many Zetsu and reanimations managed to escape to fight another day, just as many lost their lives in the battleground. Now, it was their turn for a well-deserved rest. Unlike the other divisions, Mifyun's 5th Division didn't have to erect a base camp in the middle of a forest in order to spend the night. Fortunately, not far away from the battleground, there was a town that they could use as improvised base of operations. The town's citizens were ambivalent of the ninjas. On one side, they didn't want such a huge army of mostly foreign ninjas. They were okay with those from Kumo invading their home, but on the other hand, some said that the ninjas would protect them against the Akatsuki forces still roaming there. Fortunately, the Kumo and Shimo ninjas managed to convince them to let them stay. Of course, that didn't change the fact that most ninjas had to continue sleeping on tents and sleeping bags, since the town didn't have the capacity to house such a numerous army. Soon, the town was surrounded by a mass of tents from every direction. And right now, in the special tent habilitated for communications, Mifyun was in front of a ninja of the Yamanaka clan, the latter connected to a special device that amplified his mind powers in order to create a link with HQ, so the Shogun of the Land of Iron could deliver his report to the Supreme Commander. You lead your division to a great victory, Mifyun Dano, Jiraiya praised the old samurai. However, some elements of your report are a little unsettling. If Orochimaru has revived Kakuzu, there might be the chance that other Akatsuki members have been revived as well. What other Akatsuki members? Mifyun asked.
For once, my grandson. The very first Akatsuki who fell, it was Cho's voice who answered. Though admittedly, Sasori won't be much of a threat without his best puppets. Is there a chance that Sasori might have a secret stash of puppets that he can use to replenish those he lost the first time he died? Mifyun asked. I find that unlikely, Cho replied. There's also Kisame, who was finally put down by Mizukage-sama and Zabuza-sama not long ago, Ao intervened. But his sword and main source of strength, Samehada, was recovered and is currently in our possession. Even if Kisame is revived, he won't be as much of a threat as when he was still alive. Which leaves us to the most dangerous of the bunch, Nagato, Jiraiya stated, his voice dripping with worry. There's no way Orochimaru didn't try to revive a Rinnegan bearer. If that was the case, why didn't he send it against us already? Mifyun asked. I'm afraid I can't tell. Trying to understand the mind of my former teammate isn't something that many people can do, Jiraiya admitted. We did observe a pattern regarding the reanimations, Shikaku interceded. During the first days, the zombies our forces fought weren't that powerful nor great in numbers. Yet their power and numbers have been increasing with each battle. I think Orochimaru wants to assess the extent of our power before he decides to break out the heavy hitters. It does make sense, Onaki intervened. The reports of the invasion of Konoha stated that Orochimaru revived their previous Hokages. If Orochimaru's mastery of this aberrant jutsu has increased to the point of being able to summon and control undead in large quantities, I bet he also revived several cages of all the great villages. If Hanzo's presence was anything to go by, it is something he might do. Hanzo might not be a kage in the official sense of the title, but had the power to match against one, Mifyun stated. What about the Air Force? How did it perform against Akatsuki's flying minions? Jiraiya asked. Their presence was a huge relief for the ground forces. Not only did they keep Akatsuki's aerial mooks from attacking us from above, but they managed to bring us much-needed support, Mifyun stated. Especially the members of Iwa's Kamaizuru clan.
Their help was invaluable in taking down many reanimations in a quick manner. They better pull their share of the weight, given how long those brats spent out of the village on that wild goose chase, Onaki snorted. Excellent, now we have a good way to prevent Akatsuki from conquering the skies, Jiraiya said, enrolling Onaki's snide comment. Though I wouldn't put past them to bring up something to regain aerial superiority. I find that unlikely. Flight isn't an ability that common, Onaki stated. Even then, it would be wiser to err on the side of caution, and not underestimate the enemy, Mifune advised. Something I can agree with, Jiraiya replied. I believe there's nothing more to discuss. You did an excellent job today, Mifune Dano. Expect the supply caravan to reach your position soon. In the meantime, you and your troops earned a rest. Thank you, Supreme Commander. Mifune could feel the link between his mind and those in HQ vanish as the Yamanaka ended the connection. Repressing a sigh of exhaustion, the old samurai exited the communications tent guarded by two samurai, who straightened when their leader passed them, and looked around the campsite. There were many bonfires with ninjas and samurai sitting around them, using them to heat their food. Others returned from the town, carrying food they probably bought from restaurants and inns, as well as some bottles. He could imagine that it was sake. I better keep an eye on the troops. They might want to enjoy some alcohol after such a battle, but I'm not going to tolerate drunken antics among my men, Mifune said to himself, shaking his head. He would ban drinking altogether as long as the war continued, but he didn't want to risk low morale, or worse, a revolt. He saw a group of samurai, wearing their armor but not their helmets, sitting in front of a bonfire, eating some meat and drinking what appeared to be tea. As expected, they immediately straightened upon seeing their leader. Mifune-sama, all the samurai said. Yoshiteru, Mifune addressed as the man with the higher rank, a broad-shouldered man in his late 30s with a buzz cut and a goatee. It seems some ninja decided to bring some alcohol from the town. This earned some snorts of contempt from the samurai, and he swore he heard one of them muttering something about lack of discipline. For the time being, I'm going to let them enjoy themselves a little, but I want you and the rest of the samurai to make sure things don't go overboard. Understood, Mifune-sama, Yoshiteru said, bowing quickly, before putting back his helmet, one with horns in order to show his superior rank. The rest of the samurai present did the same. Leave it to us, and we'll make sure no one brings shame to this division. Mifune nodded, as he watched the samurai leave, presumably to transmit his orders to their companions. I guess I should follow the Supreme Commander's advice and get some rest myself. One never knows when Akatsuki is going to strike, Mifune said to himself once again. He was heading towards his private tent when something caught his attention, a certain blue-haired woman sitting on the roof of one of the houses at the edge of the town, her amber eyes fixed onto the setting sun. The shogun of the Land of Iron decided that rest could come later, and with a mighty leap, he landed behind Konan, who didn't react in any way to his presence. Hello again, Mifune greeted the former Akatsuki. Do you mind if we talk a little? You're my superior officer. If I did mind, it would be of little consequence, Konan replied. This has nothing to do with official matters of the Ninja Alliance, Mifune said, trying to sound friendly. I witnessed your fight against Hanzo. While I was worried at first, said worries were quickly swept away when I saw the masterful way in which you dealt with him. You're a very skilled ninja, girl. We are fortunate Akatsuki lost somebody like you. Thank you, Konan dryly accepted the compliment, but didn't say anything else. They fell into a silence until Mifune decided to break it again. I did hear some of what you said during the battle, Mifune continued. You had some kind of history with Hanzo, didn't you? Yes, Konan replied. Is it of any interest to you? You could say it is, Mifune said. You know, I also clashed with Hanzo in past conflicts, when I was much younger. Though I don't think I made much of an impression on him to make him remember me. Hanzo was a warmonger. I'm sure a good chunk of the ninjas present here have some kind of history with Hanzo, Konan stated, displeasure evident in her tone. If not them, then their parents or some family meme bears. True. Though few would be the same kind of close and personal history like you and me. Especially you, Mifune pointed. I guess you have a point, Konan admitted. So, you want to hear about my first encounter with that man? If it's not much trouble, yes, I would like to, Mifune admitted. Konan gave Mifune an abridged version of how her early life was for context, before recounting the horrible experience that claimed the life of the man she loved, and most importantly, the man that would bring true peace to the land of rain. She then told him about how they reformed Akatsuki into what it is today, and finally, how Pain put an end to Hanzo's reign, and seized a megakure for Akatsuki. To think that a single man was able to defeat a foe like Hanzo. Mifune said, trying to keep his awe in check. The Rinnegan is truly something. True. Though as you could see today, the Rinnegan isn't necessary to beat Hanzo, Konan pointed out. Though I have the feeling that the Hanzo Nagato killed, and the one I defeated today isn't the same Hanzo that served the Sun in their most known defeat. Fighting Hanzo, he felt like he was off. Sloppy. Like he hadn't had a real fight in years, Konan explained. Though given how long has been since Hanzo was seen in a battlefield, it might have been the case. I haven't been in a battlefield for more than 2 decades, yet that didn't stop me from keeping my skills honed, Mifune pointed out. You think Hanzo would fall prey to such indulgence? Given his standing, probably. Very few people wanted to fight him directly, so it's not that unlikely that he took advantage of his fearsome reputation. Mifune shook his head. It's always a pity when a warrior of such caliber lets himself spoil like that. For the first time, Konan stopped looking at the sunset, and gazed at Mifune, one of her eyebrows raising. Your words carry a lot of reverence for a man as despicable as him. Mifune chuckled a little. I can't help it, Konan-san. I will always respect the skill of a powerful warrior, be ninja, or samurai, friend or foe. You do realize that it's thanks to Hanzo that Akatsuki exists, Konan reminded him. Mifune, however, shook his head. In that, you're wrong. Akatsuki, at least in spirit, existed longer before that. If Obito didn't convince you to join him, he would have used another method. Included killing your friend Nagato in his sleep and taking the Rinnegan back. Hanzo was, at best, somebody who fostered a fortuitous situation Obito took advantage of. Konan weighed the words of the commander of the 5th Division, nodded in agreement, and let out a weary sigh. We're truly insignificant, aren't we? Konan asked. If other people can use us as pawns so easily. Less insignificant than you think, Konan-san, Mifune reassured her. And we're only pawns if we allow ourselves to be. And you stopped being one the moment you walked out of that criminal organization. And the score is, Animal Squad 2, Kakuzu 0. Woohoo! Kiba howled, with Akamaru happily barking for added emphasis. Yeah, we beat that guy once, why did Akatsuki think that sending him a second time would be different? Tamaki agreed. Kiba looked at Tamaki, ire bow-corked. Whoa, you're agreeing with me. Did somebody smack your head really hard or something? Har har, Tamaki replied, rolling her eyes. Despite what you might think, I don't disagree with you on principle, only when you're wrong. You disagree with me most of the time, Kiba said, frowning a little, as he crossed his arms. Because you're wrong most of the time, Tamaki said with a mocking grin as he leaned towards him a little. Just not this time. So enjoy this fleeting moment of being right and me agreeing with you. Kakashi's animal squad was sitting around a bonfire, enjoying their dinner and something to drink while celebrating victory. Both Kiba and Tamaki were in a high mood and amicably talked with each other, while Shino and Kakashi were silent. While it was par the course for Shino, the silver-haired Jonin looked a little spiritless. While I hate to interrupt the only moment in which your insufferable bickering doesn't spoil the mood, Shino interceded, pushing his glasses. I must point out that the credit for our victory over Kakuzu shouldn't entirely go to us. We did have outside help from an IWA ninja in his capture. Ah, yeah, that girl with the scary giant bee, Kiba said, as he recalled the memory of the battle. He then shrugged. We would have beaten him one way or the other. She only accelerated the only possible outcome. You certainly don't lack confidence in your abilities, Shino pointed out. Of course I don't. I mean, it's not that I think I'm invincible or something like that, but I can tell how much I've improved over the past years. The Inyazuka boasted. Plus, Kakuzu isn't the only reanimation we fought and defeated. Did you hear about how Tamaki and I crushed Takigakure's previous leader, Hisan? Maybe not as strong as Kakashi-sensei, but close. Tamaki continued. And Kiba, Shibuki-san and I totally kicked his butt. Ask Shibuki-san if you don't believe us. You two certainly seem to be in a festive mood, Shino pointed out, suppressing a sigh. Why wouldn't be? Today we scored a huge victory. Tamaki cheered, though truth be told, she wasn't sure if their victory was that decisive or not. Still, a victory was a victory. And you should be as well, Kiba said in a mildly chastising tone. You should be celebrating with us, yet instead you are so dour it looks like you ate a lemon raw. Taking some offense to this, Shino crossed his arms and shifted in his seat to give his back to his two teammates. I don't know what you're talking about. Just because I'm not hollering like you two doesn't mean that I'm not happy for our victory. There was a moment of silence, until a realization dawned upon Tamaki. She smiled widely and narrowed her eyes at Shino in a mocking manner. Ah, I think I know why you're so moody, Shino, Tamaki said in a teasing manner. You're mad because that girl with the giant bee wasn't some normal IWA ninja. I did hear about her clan, they were some rivals or enemies of your clan, weren't it? You can't be right, Tamaki, Kiba interceded, first sounding like he was going to defend his teammate, but soon joined Tamaki in the mockery. Shino is so obviously above such petty things, he wouldn't let him bother him that much, would he? I think I preferred you two when you were constantly bickering, Shino replied. Ah, come on Shino, don't be like that. We're only teasing you, Tamaki said, lightly slapping his shoulder. Cheer on. Who cares if a member of an ancestral enemy saved your skin? We're here, we're alive, and we won, that's what matters. Well said. Don't you agree with us, Kakashi-sensei? Kiba asked the silver-haired Jonin, but got no answer. Kakashi-sensei. Huh? Kakashi asked all of a sudden, sounding dazed and disoriented, like he was suddenly snapped from a deep slumber. I'm sorry Kiba, I wasn't listening to you. You were saying. Ah, not you too. The Inyazuka protested, throwing his hands in the air. Akamura whined a little. Me too what? The confused copy ninja asked. Come on Kiba, be a little more sensitive, Tamaki told the Inyazuka. Kakashi-sensei was forced to fight his own dad. That must have been quite the crushing experience. It was, Kakashi said, letting out a sigh. And I'd lie if I said that it didn't affect me. But I'm better now. I appreciate your concern, but you don't have to worry about me. I'm better now, promise. You know that you can talk to us about any problem you have, right? Tamaki insisted. Bottling your emotions can't be good. Especially during times like this. Shouldn't I be the one telling you that? Kakashi asked, as he scratched his temple. You know, Rin told us about her time with you when you were our age, and how you used to be back then, Kiba pointed out. And how Obito's supposed death affected you, Tamaki continued. Kakashi let out a sigh that he didn't know was holding. That girl, always poking her nose on other people's business, if somebody gives her a reason to worry, she won't drop the issue until it's solved. Guess I should be glad she didn't change that much. There's no escape from this one, isn't it? Both Tamaki and Kiba wordlessly shook their heads. Shino merely crossed his arms before adjusting his glasses, which reflected the light of the bonfire in an admittedly unsettling way. If Rin told you about how I used to be when we formed part of Team Minato, Kakashi began, the uneasiness of the memory becoming evident. Then you know that my ideas of what it meant to be a ninja were markedly different, which were influenced by my father's decision and how he ended up taking away his life. Even if thanks to Obito I managed to understand why my father chose his comrades over completing the mission, there was something else I was unable to forgive him for, killing himself, and leaving me alone to fend for myself. I might have been a prodigious ninja, but that didn't change the fact that my age was still in the single digits, with all of what it entailed. So even if you gained a better understanding of your father's decision-making, you still resented him for taking his life, Shino summarized. Yeah. At first, I tried to make anything to separate myself from him, and I think that taking an opposite worldview was part of that. After Obito made me reconsider, well,
Then it became even harder. Before I hated my father, and then I had this weird mix of love, respect, and resentment, and quite frankly, I didn't know how to deal with it. And thought that the best thing to do was simply not deal with it. But why? Kiba asked. He was dead. Nothing was going to change that, Kakashi said with a shrug. I thought that the best thing I could do was not to dwell on that and move on. Plus, I was still dealing with my whole goddamn team dying one after the other. Though in the end 2 of them weren't dead, Tamaki chimed in, hoping to cheer Kakashi a bit with that fact. You have no idea how weird it feels to see somebody alive after accepting that they were dead, Kakashi said, shaking his head. And then, of course, Orochimaru not only had to revive my father, but he then throws him against me in particular. I think it's been long established that that man is quite sick, Kiba said in disgust. So all the feelings I bottled for so many years came rushing like a torrent breaking through a dam made of toothpicks, Kakashi said, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Which I wasn't able to hide, and my dad, clever bastard that he was, picks on them and wanted to help me solve them. While you two were battling, Tamaki said, thought it was more a question. While the 2 of us were battling, the copy ninja confirmed with a nod. And were you able to make peace with him? Shino asked. As unbelievable as it was, we did. He said he understood how I feel, and regretted taking his life. Apparently, he also regretted saving his comrades over completing the mission, but I convinced him he did the right thing. That seemed to bring him some relief, Kakashi said. Eventually, I mustered the strength to forgive him, because I knew I would never have such a good chance. And do you guys remember how Hokage-sama defeated the zombies of Minato-sensei and Kushina? I believe that, if a zombie reaches a form of closure, the soul will return to the afterlife and the reanimation will be undone, Shino recalled. So that's what happened with your father? Tamaki asked, easily connecting the dots. Yes. It was quite cathartic to watch, Kakashi said, raising his gaze to the night sky above him. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was finally ready to move on from the past. Funny thing, you weren't the only one who had to fight their father returned as a zombie. Kiba and I helped Shivuki-san deal with his dad, Tamaki said once again. And it seems that Shivuki also had some stuff he really needed to discuss with him. Though unlike your dad, Hisan didn't disappear on his own, and we had to seal him, Kiba added. It's kind of crazy how many people ended up fighting their dead relatives, Tamaki observed. Not as crazy as you may think, Shino intervened. A man as intelligent as Orochimaru surely took the emotional factor into the equation when he raised his army of the undead. Fighting a strong ninja with unlimited chakra that can't be killed by conventional means is hard on itself, but if we add the distress of said undead enemy being a person close to you, the fight becomes even worse. Like I said, that man is sick, Kiba spat, with Akamaru barking in agreement. More like diabolical, Tamaki added. Indeed. But as we proved him today, that strategy isn't going to work, Kakashi said, smiling under his mask. His students returned the gesture. Come on, let's enjoy the night, we deserve a little celebration after such victory. Today's been a good day for the Kamaizuru clan. To say that Suzumibuki was happy would be an understatement. Sure, there was a lot of joy going around given the alliance's string of victories, this one being the most recent, but the Iwa Kunoichi was indeed ecstatic. Like most other ninjas, she and her 2 brothers were sitting around a bonfire while enjoying their dinner, while they discussed the battle that took place that day, as well as making predictions of how the conflict would progress. They made sure to sit along other Iwa ninjas, given their lack of trust in other villages, especially Konoha. Yes. It's been a while since we've been in a real battle, an older-looking man with tan skin, a black beard with a mustache added. This man was Kurabake, Suzumibuki's older brother. Though, despite his seniority, he wasn't the leader of what was left of their clan, given his little sister's superior talent in their clan secret jutsu. But with the jutsu we learned from the secret scrolls of the first Tsuchikage, the enemy never stood a chance. A glasses-wearing man with long blonde hair that accentuated his overall feminine appearance added confidently. This man was Hibachi, the youngest of the Kamaizuru siblings. The Kamaizuru siblings left Iwa in order to search for the first Tsuchikage's secret scrolls.
that contained the Kamaizuru clan's most powerful jutsu. They searched in every place they knew their grandfather had been in or was of some significance, to no avail. After almost 8 years of search, they were ready to give up. That's it, until by pure coincidence, they heard of the Baikaku beetle, an incredibly rare insect with an extremely keen sense of smell, which was valuable for trackers for that very reason. After another long and arduous search, they found a specimen of Baikaku ready to lay eggs, and managed to make a newborn Baikaku to smell a piece of cloth that belonged to their grandfather. Eventually, the Baikaku led them to a hidden ninja fortress where the scrolls were stored. The irony that they managed to complete their mission thanks to a beetle that was previously used by the Abarame clan wasn't lost on them, but they didn't want to dwell on it. The best part was probably the face those Abarames made when they witnessed our new powers, Suzumibuki said, letting out a cackle of satisfaction. Oh, if we only had that scroll during the last war, things would have been much different. You're talking about that Abarame you saved from that one reanimation, don't you? Hibachi asked, smiling a little. Kurabake, however, sneered as he crossed his arms. Disgraceful. You should have let that kid die. We're fighting this war for IWA, not for any of the other villages, much less Konoha. If the other nations end up crippled by this conflict, the better for us. Rather than agree with him, Suzumibuki shot her elder brother a chastising stare. You should do well to remember, brother, that we're at war with an enemy of a scale unseen before. Maybe Konoha and the Abarame clan were our enemies in the past. And they may be in the future, once this war is won and forgotten. But for the time being, they're allies, and they'll be treated as such. You can't be talking seriously. Kurabaki angrily protested. And this, my dear brother, is why I am the one in charge, Suzumibuki said. Our clan is on thin ice, being the 3 of us its last remaining members. If we want to come out of this war alive, we will need to be both careful and pragmatic. I'm not asking you to like the Abarames. Kami knows what do I think of them, but like I said before, they're our allies now. I agree with Suzumibuki, brother. There might be a time where we might be on a perilous situation and may need assistance from ninjas from other villages, Konoha included, Hibachi interceded. And I'd hate that they'd let me die because we were shown unwilling to do the same for them. But we won't be in a situation that would require such help. We're not just Kamaizuru, but the strongest Kamaizuru since the first Tsuchikage, for Kami's sake. Don't you have any pride? Kurabaki angrily shouted. Pride is what caused our clan to fall from grace like it did. I do take pride in my strength and abilities, but not to the point of letting me blind me to reason, Suzumibuki said. Kurabaki shook his head, and scoffed. You always had quite the big head, sis. And you only got worse when you caught the eye of Onaki's brat of a granddaughter. Tsuchikage-sama may be young and a little naive, but only a fool wouldn't respect her strength. And most importantly, she has Iwa's interest at heart. That should be enough for you, Suzumibuki replied. You know she isn't here. You don't have to butter her up. I know you're working your way into being the next Tsuchikage, but everything has a limit, Hibachi said, snickering a little. If you sparred against her like I did, you wouldn't underestimate her like that, Suzumibuki angrily retorted. Kuratsuki is strong, and if I play my cards right, part of that strength is going to be mine. Or better said, for the Kamaizuru clan. Kurabaki raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? 2 of Iwa's most powerful jutsu, the light boulder jutsu, created by our grandfather, and the dust release, created by his direct successor, are secret jutsu privy only to the Tsuchikages. Kuratsuki-sama was already a formidable kunoichi in no small part thanks to her lava release bloodline limit, but adding flight and dust release to the mix, she became truly deadly, Suzumibuki explained. Meaning that, if I manage to convince her that I'm a suitable successor, those secrets will be mine as well. Despite her admittedly opportunistic thoughts and goal, Suzumibuki liked to think of herself as a loyal IWA ninja and somebody that Tsuchikage trusted. But they will be yours alone only, not part of the clan, Kurabaka pointed out. They won't allow you to share them with us. Maybe not, but I have other ways to increase our clan's power. And that's where you two enter, Suzumibuki said. I suggested Kuratsuka-sama the possibility of an arranged marriage between members of the Kinryo clan and the three of us. That way, the next generation of Kamaizuru clan members will also have lava release on top of our clan jutsu. So far, she seems to be receptive to the idea, and promised me that there would be talks with the head and elders of the Kinryo clan once the war is over. You certainly thought this very thoroughly, Kurabaka noted. And you're confident your plan will succeed? I have to be. I've been planning this for more than a decade to let that much work go to waste, Suzumibuki said, gritting her teeth. She stood up, and shot her brothers a deadly glare. That's why we can't screw this up, understood? We need to show Kuratsuka-sama that we're among the best, if not the best ninjas of IWA. Even if that means working side by side with the Barame clan. Understood. Clear as water, Hibachi said. Whatever, you better know what you're doing, Kurabaki huffed, rolling his eyes. Hanabi was sitting cross-legged on the roof of a building of the town their campsite was built around. She required silence to do what she was trying, and even if she could still hear her fellow allied ninjas partying and celebrating their victory below, she was far away enough as for their voices to be low and muffled enough to break her concentration. Unlike Hinata, Hanabi has never been one for meditation. She never really saw the point of it. Hinata always said that Hanabi was too impatient and impulsive. The younger sister would agree, but she wouldn't consider it something that detracted from their ninja skills. At least not until now. Come on. Hanabi said, letting out a long breath, while focusing her chakra. Little by little, the muffled voices she could hear from below became more and more faint, until silence reigned uncontested. Hanabi took a couple minutes to realize this, and in order to test if her experiment worked, she opened her eyes. Much to her delight, she was no longer on that town, but on the weird palace where she met Hamura at Satsuki the time she awoke the Tensagen. But instead of Hamura, it was her sister Hinata who was standing in front of her, her eyes looking into the distance, as if her mind was off. Yes, it worked. Hanabi cheered. Huh? Hinata asked, blinking a couple times, as if she had been snapped from a dream. She looked around, confused. Where am I? Hanabi-chan. Hey, sis, Hanabi casually asked. Before you ask, no, you are not dreaming. This is really me. I'm contacting you from the earth. From the earth? Hinata repeated, as if waiting her words. How? Remember how Hamura said he's bound to the chakra of those that possess the Tenseigen? Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded. Well, that means that the two of us are linked through Hamura's chakra. And I thought, since we're linked by our chakra, then maybe I can use it to contact you, just like Hamura talked to us. Plus, the fact that we're sisters should make the connection even stronger. That was rather ingenious, Hanabi-chan, Hinata praised. Hanabi smiled proudly. So, how are things going down there? So far, we're winning. Most of the reanimations avoid me, for good reason, so I'm mostly filling the role of air support. Then they have me permanently destroy the sealed reanimations with the truth-seeking balls, Hanabi explained. I did hear some talks that Orochimaru is waiting to send their most powerful zombies for later, when our numbers are lower and we're more tired. What about you? Did you find that mysterious weapon? We have a good idea of where it might be, but reaching there might become a bit of a problem, Hinata said. I see. Well, I was mostly checking on you to see how you were doing, Hanabi said a bit sheepishly. And for you to see that I'm fine. Hinata smiled. It's certainly a reassuring thought. Say, do you know something about Naruto-kun? Hanabi shook her head. As far as I know, he's still training on that super-secret island. Man, if the two of you were here, this war would go much more smoothly. I'll do my best to complete my mission here so we can go back to Earth and help you there, I promise, Hinata told Hanabi. Mountain Graveyard. Orochimaru was sitting alone in the cave entrance of Obito's lair. The Uchiha had left after a White Zetsu announced their defeat, the third one in a row. The first two battles Obito kept his cool, but now the Sannin could tell the Uchiha's patience was starting to run dry. Even if the Snake Sannin didn't fear the new Akatsuki leader, Rinnegan, or not, he didn't want to risk their alliance. Still, Orochimaru wouldn't consider the battle a complete loss, as he made a discovery regarding Impure World Resurrection. While he was monitoring all the fights his puppet zombies took part in, he could sense his control over Sakumo Hatake slowly slipping. His attention was drawn to the White Fang, mostly to see what the enemy was doing that could break his control over them. It already happened in Konoha, and the fact that he still didn't found what they did unnerved him. It was then when he found out what it was, personal closure. When Kakashi and Sakumo made amends, Orochimaru could feel his control over the reanimation weaken more and more until it was completely undone, and the reanimation crumbled. To think that Impure World Resurrection has such a glaring weakness, the Sannin said in disgust, shaking his head. Almost sounds like something out of a story for children. Still, now that he knew this, he could take precautions. Whenever he felt that a reanimation would reach closure, Orochimaru would take direct control of them, overriding their personality with his own. Fortunately, this discovery didn't come too late, since I still have my best reanimations in reserve, Orochimaru said, rubbing his hands together. All right, the kid's gloves are off. I think I already tested the enemy's strength enough. Time to show the world the true power of this jutsu. Chapter 110. Akatsuki's Counterattack. Or, when bad guys stop fooling around. Ninja Alliance HQ. A few days after the battle on the forests of the Land of Frost, another army of White Zetsu and Impure World Resurrection zombies was detected, this one cutting through the Land of Fire, in direct route to Konoha. It seems they alternate their targets between Konoha and Kumo each time. A pattern, perhaps. Onaki suggested. Who knows? That's not important now, Jiraiya said, before he turned towards Ao. Ao-san, which division is closest to the enemy position? Ao focused, as his sensing abilities expanded. In no time, he managed to detect all the nearby friendly ninja in the Land of Fire. The Raikage's 1st division is the closest to it, Ao said. There's also Kuratsuka's 2nd division and Tsunade's medical division as well. Good. Send a message to the Raikage to intercept the enemy. He'll be happy to have a chance to break some skulls, Jiraiya told Ao. Shouldn't we move the other 2 divisions as well? Or one of them at the very least? Onaki suggested. Jiraiya shook his head. Akatsuki probably knows the position of our troops, and they may be baiting us to move all our forces into a single point to leave other areas unprotected. We'll keep those in standby as they're relatively close to the 1st Division's position. Suddenly, a ninja from Suna, given the uniform, burst into the room, holding a sealed folder. Supreme Commander, we just received the scout's report of the details about the enemy forces. The Suna scout said. Jiraiya nodded, took the folder, opened it, and carefully read its contents. His expression darkened with each name of the reanimations that have been spotted. It seemed that Orochimaru wanted to reopen old wounds on top of creating new ones. Orochimaru, this is a low blow. Jiraiya growled. Something you may want to share with us, Supreme Commander? Onaki asked. We're a bit in the dark here. Several of the reanimations spotted are Konoha ninjas who died during the Uchiha insurrection. He then looked at Shikaku, as color left the Nara leader's face. Including clan heads Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka. Shikaku's shock was replaced by anger as his expression hardened and his hands were clenched into fists. My boy and his teammates are part of the 1st Division. Inoichi wasn't just Ino's father, he was like an uncle for Shikamaru and Koji. Seeing him defiled like that is going to break them. I don't want to sound insensitive, Shikaku-san, but if those kids are ninjas, they aren't kids anymore, Cho intervened. They should be ready to face such a challenge. And they will face it, but not alone, Shikaku said, before turning at Jiraiya. Supreme Commander, I know I'm part of the Intelligence Division, but this is a special circumstance. I hereby ask for permission to go into the battlefield. There was a moment of silence as the Toad Sage locked eyes with the Nara clan need. Even if Jiraiya was regrettably out of the village when the insurrection happened, he did hear some of the details. Among them, how Inoichi died, and how Shikaku watched him die. The man probably blamed himself for his friend's death. Maybe Shikaku can help Inoichi find closure, so we can get rid of a reanimation, Jiraiya thought, before making his decision. Very well then. Permission granted. Good. Then I'll go immediately. Even at a good pace, I'll take some time to reach there. Leave that to me, Shikaku-san, Jiraiya said before biting his thumb and making 5 hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya slammed his palm into the ground, summoned a large orange toad with dark green markings and yellow eyes. Jiraiya then wrote something into a scroll, and gave it to the toad. Gamma, please take Shikaku-san to this coordinates. Can you do that? Wordlessly, the toad shot his tongue at the surprised Shikaku, before pulling the Nara into his mouth and swallowing him whole, much to everybody else's horror. Then, the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya noticed the looks of bewilderment the others were shooting at him. What? None of you guys traveled by toad? Stop giving me those looks, he will be fine. The Sannin said in an annoyed tone. Forests of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, it took no time for the 1st Division to intercept the marching Akatsuki army en route to Konoha, catching them still far away from the village. The Raikage led from the vanguard. He had traded his usual white haori for the standard Kumo flak jacket, which he wore over his bare chest. He hadn't wore such flak jacket since the 3rd Ninja War, and couldn't help but admit, with a small hint of sadness, that it was fitting that another war would make him put it on again. The enemy approached, heralded by a cloud of dust. The scouts from the Hyuga clan already warned that 2 lines of Zetsu brutes led the charge. The Raikage had read the reports from the other divisions on these creatures, made from several normal white Zetsu clones merging together. They were much stronger than the sum of their components, had near unlimited endurance, and only extremely powerful strikes or jutsu could put them down for good. The Raikage smiled. He loved to hear somebody describing an enemy in such terms. When he heard about something being very hard, he couldn't help but test how much of his strength it would take to break it. Raikage-sama, they'll be here soon, an IWA ninja asked. Your orders. The answer came in the form of a burst of chakra, as an aura of blue light and crackling sparks flared around the leader of Kumo. They plan to break our formation with an onslaught, the Raikage said. So we break their formation first. And in an instant, the Raikage was gone. In less than 2 seconds, he crossed the distance between them and the enemy lines, and sunk his fist into the gut of a Zetsu brute. The force of the punch, coupled with the momentum of his charge, added so much power to the hit, that the artificial monster burst into multiple chunks of goo. It happened so fast, his fellow Zetsu didn't notice what had happened. Which proved to be a fatal mistake, as the Raikage, who still kept some momentum from the initial charge, moved to the left and elbowed another brute, blowing 2 of his arms and pushing it against another one. Finally, the Zetsu stopped their charge, realizing that somebody was making a number on their ranks. A brute charged the Raikage from behind, 2 of his arms morphing into blades, and tried to skewer him. However, the Raikage proved to be much faster than his enemy, and not only avoided the attack, but placed himself behind the giant creature. He wrapped his arms around the brute's waist, and suplexed it into the ground with such force, it opened a crater while releasing lightning bottles everywhere, while pushing the enemies away from him. The Raikage looked back, and saw that his troops didn't even move, watching in awe the spectacle that was his fighting. This brought an ugly snarl to his face. What the hell are you looking at? Onwards! He yelled. After a couple seconds of silence, the Raikage's order was replied by a chorus of battle cries, and the 1st Division charged forward, their morale invigorated. Soon, it was the Akatsuki army who found itself at the mercy of an unstoppable enemy onslaught. Despite the Raikage successfully breaking the enemy formation, the first lines at least, the Zetsu brutes still proved to be very resilient enemies, being able to shake off low and mid-power jutsu, while literally ripping in part the unfortunate ninjas who got too close for them. Let the chakra golems go first. Shikamaru shouted, as the aforementioned metallic constructs stomped their way forward. Many of them raised their arms, releasing streams of fire from the flamethrowers mounted on their forearms. While they proved to be effective burning the smaller Zetsu, the larger ones were more resilient. Okay, it's time for us to enter the fray. Ino, with me. Koji, stay behind us and guard our backs. You got it. The Akimichi replied. All right, let's go. Ino said, already seeing her first victim, a Zetsu brute struggling against a chakra golem, and made a hand seal. You're mine. Mind disturbance jutsu. The Zetsu brute lost control of his body, much to his confusion, and disengaged the chakra golem to attack a fellow brute fighting some Kiri and Kumo ninjas. Another brute and a couple of normal Zetsu quickly identified the source of the disruption, and charged towards the Yamanaka clan head. Good work, Ino. Keep going forward. Now's my turn. Shikamaru said, making his clan's signature hand seal as well. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow darkened and elongated, spreading forward, while also splitting into multiple threads, one for each Zetsu coming towards them. The moment the shadow threads connected with their shadows, the artificial creatures were stopped on the spot. Good. Now, stay still while I kill you, Shikamaru said with a smirk, as his hands formed the rat and the bird seal. Shadow. Stitching jutsu. Suddenly, several black needles materialized from the shadows, impaling the Zetsu, who screamed in pain as they were almost instantly killed. However, the Zetsu brute, even if he was in obvious pain, managed to survive. He even shot Shikamaru a mocking smirk. You'll need something stronger than a few pinpricks to kill me, Konoha scum, the Zetsu brute said, as he tried to overpower Shikamaru's binding jutsu. Shikamaru smirked back, as his hands started to do more hand seals. How about this, then? Fire release, shadow fire thread. A stream of fire moved through Shikamaru's shadow towards the immobilized Zetsu brute, as if the shadows were trails of oil. Soon, the Zetsu brute was engulfed by a roaring inferno. The creature let out a scream of pain as the flames devoured his flesh. And that wasn't even the end of it. Here, have this as well. Shikamaru said, as he tossed forward 2 kunai with explosive tags attached to them. The paper notes detonated the moment the fire touched them, putting the Zetsu brute out of its misery. Whew. 1 down, dozens remain. Wonder if we can do something to dash. Shikamaru, watch out. The Nara heard Koji's voice warning him from behind. Shikamaru pulled out a kunai just in time to see 2 normal Zetsu clones lunging at him from the flanks. While he could parry the attack of one of them, he'd be at the mercy of the other. Fortunately, Shikamaru didn't have to worry about anything as 2 giant hands caught one of the Zetsu each, before they slammed them into the ground, killing them. Good one, Koji. Shikamaru praised. Koji's arms shrunk to normal size, as he smiled at Shikamaru. Hey, you told me to cover your backs, and I will do that no matter what. Dash. Vacuum palm. Koji was suddenly hit by a vacuum shell on the side of his head, which sent him sprawling on the floor. Koji! Shikamaru cried, and turned to the direction of the attack. There, an undead Hyuga, a man with shoulder-length brown hair and delicate features. Main house, given his clean forehead. The man was in the clan's usual battle stance, stood there ready to attack. Shikamaru wasted no time. Shadow imitation jutsu. From Shikamaru's shadow, multiple shadow threads rocketed towards the Hyuga reanimation, but the man expertly dodged them, carefully timing his steps. I'm sorry, Nara, I wish you no harm, but my actions aren't my own, the Hyuga apologized, as he dashed towards Shikamaru. 8 trigrams, 32 dash. Human tank bullet jutsu. Shikamaru jumped sideways just as Koji, transformed into a giant spinning meat sphere, rolled forward towards the Hyuga, carving a furrow on the ground as it moved. The Hyuga cancelled his combo, and went for the clan's defensive move. Heavenly spin. The Hyuga started to spin, turning into a rotating chakra dome, which formed just in time to parry Koji's attack. Both attacks struggled and grinded against each other, but in the end, the heavenly spin proved to be more powerful, and Koji was pushed backwards. The Akimichi air quickly returned to normal, as he landed on his back, letting out a grunt of pain. Koji! Shikamaru shouted again. But he was unable to assist his fallen friend, since the Hyuga stopped spinning and charged towards Shikamaru. Shit! Shadow dash! Lightning release, lightning flash! Suddenly, bright white light filled the area, making Shikamaru to instinctively shield his eyes in order to protect them. The Hyuga, however, wasn't so lucky, and thanks to his Byakugan, the damage to his sight was even greater. Lightning release, Thunderblade. As the bright light dimmed down, a dark-skinned, red-headed kunoichi wielding a katana crackling with electricity passed Shikamaru, rushing towards the blinded Hyaga. She delivered several quick swipes, cutting both the arms and the head of the reanimation, whose body fell on its back lifelessly. "It seems we arrived just in time," the red-head kunoichi said. "Kurui," Koji happily said, now back on his feet, and rushed towards her. "Thanks a lot. We owe you one. You'll have plenty of chances to repay me," Kurui said, as her teammate Samwa and T quickly went to the fallen reanimation, and started to apply chakra and movement surprise on ceiling tags. "You guys are okay." "I've been better, but I could have been worse," Shikamaru admitted. "Nice timing. It was luck that we saw you here. By the way, why didn't you move since the battle began?" Kurui asked. "You guys are sitting ducks if you stay in the open like that." "We were protecting Asuma-sensei before he finished," Koji mentioned, and looked back. Kurui looked at where Koji was looking at, and saw the bearded jonin sitting on the ground in the lotus position with his eyes closed. "The hell? What is that guy doing?" Kurui asked, half surprised, half outraged. "Finished doing what?" "Gathering nature energy," Shikamaru said. And just on cue, Asuma opened his eyes, which were yellow rather than dark brown, and had thin red lines around them. "Gathering complete. My sage mode is ready," Asuma said, as he pulled out his trench knives. Channeling chakra through them, the knives projected a long blade of blue light. Whoa! It was never this big before. The earth started to rumble, and the Konoha and Kumo ninjas noticed a multitude of white Zetsu clones, led by 3 Zetsu brutes, charging towards them. "Just like I said before, sitting ducks," Kurui said, before turning towards the Konoha ninjas. "Come on, we need to rejoin the main group." "Wait. I think I can take care of this group on my own," Asuma said, taking a step forward. Raising one of his chakra blades, he delivered an horizontal swing in his general direction. With that move, Asuma released a crescent-shaped chakra wave, which flew forward towards the incoming group of enemies. The moment Asuma's attack touched the incoming enemies, they were sliced in half, as if they were made of butter. The wave still carried enough power and momentum to continue flying forward, cutting more enemies until it dispelled. "Wow!" Kurui said in awe. "I really need to learn how to do that." "I can talk with the guy that taught me senjutsu if you want," Asuma said. "But it will have to be another moment. Now we have a battle to win." His confidence reinvigorated by his new power, Asuma rushed forward. Shikamaru and Koji were going to follow him, when that moment a giant toad landed seemingly out of nowhere in front of them. And their surprise grew even further when the toad regurgitated a very disgusted Shikaku. "Dad?" Shikamaru asked, as he ran towards his father. "What are you doing here? And, what were you doing inside a toad?" "Hokage-sama said it was the fastest way to get me to the battlefield," Shikaku said, coughing and wiping slime from his body. "Though I don't think I'll want to do that ever again." "Yeah, Ino said the same thing when she had to get inside a toad," Koji said, as he and Shikamaru helped Shikaku on his feet. "Why are you here, Dad?" "I had to come. Our scouts told us that one of the reanimations on this division is no other than Inoichi," Shikaku explained. Both Shikamaru and Koji's eyes grew wide as their mouths were left wide open, though Shikamaru quickly shook off the shock. "Of course. It makes sense that Orochimaru would revive him," Shikamaru said, shaking his head in disgust. "It was only a matter of time until we had to fight somebody close to us." "Then Ino," Koji began. No more words were needed, as they quickly went to look for their blonde teammate, hoping that they would get to her before she saw her defiled form of her deceased father. 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes. Not far away from there, another Hyagari animation was in the middle of a fight. This one, though, was much stronger than the one Kurui defeated. At his feet laid the bodies of the ninjas from multiple villages he had just defeated, some of them death, others just unconscious or paralyzed, fallen victim of the zombies' martial prowess. More allied ninjas appeared to replace the ones Hayashi had defeated. 2 from Konoha, another from Kiri, another from IWA and 1 from AIM. The former Hyuga clan head was still wrapping his head around seeing ninjas from so many villages fighting together. Despite the fact that other Konoha reanimations gave him an abridged version of what had happened after his death, there were some things that didn't sink in. If you wish to defeat me, I'd avoid engaging me in close combat, Hayashi advised, seeing that his new opponents all were holding weapons of some sort, from kunao, to katanas to shotos. The Hyuga clan is unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat, and weapons will do you no good. Try ninjutsu instead. Very well then. Thanks for the tip, the IWA Ninja said, as he started to make hand seals as fast as he could. Earth Release, Crushing Avalanche. His companions did the same. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. Water Release, Water Shuriken. Large boulders, a stream of fire, smaller fireballs and shuriken made of water flew in perfect formation towards the former clan head. His expression unchanging, he started to spin as chakra was released from his body. Heavenly Spin. In less than a second, Hayashi turned into a spinning dome of chakra, rotating so fast and with so much momentum that not only he was able to repel the elemental barrage aimed towards him, but created a shockwave that sent his enemies flying backwards. Unfortunately, you'll need something more powerful than that to make a dent in my defenses, Hayashi said in a somewhat regretful manner. He then dashed forward, his palms flaring with blue chakra. Sorry. I won't enjoy this any more than you will. However, before Hayashi could strike his next victim, he was alerted by the whirring sound of multiple shuriken flying towards him. He broke his charge, deflected some with a few gentle fist strikes, and jumped backwards to dodge the rest. That moment, a newcomer entered the battleground, another Konoha ninja, given the uniform. Though it wasn't just any Konoha ninja, but one Hayashi knew so well. Hello, husband. I was praying that you'd be sent to fight a division other than mine. But alas, fate doesn't appear to be on my side. Hikari. Hayashi said, his expression softening, as his heart whirled with a mixture of sorrow and joy. It makes me so happy to see that you're still alive. Are our daughters okay? And the clan? Both our daughters and the rest of the clan couldn't be better, Hikari said, before turning at the other ninja Hayashi just defeated, who were getting back on their feet. I'll take care of my husband. I'm among the few who knows how to beat him. As you wish, Hyuga-san, one of the Konoha ninjas said, as both he and the rest of his companions left to look for another opponent. You were a strong kunoichi when I was alive, Hikari, but even then you were still weaker than me, Hayashi said, as his body slipped into the standard Hyuga fighting stance. Did your strength and skill grow as much as to eclipse mine during these past years? I'm not sure, but I like to think that they did, Hikari said, mimicking her husband's actions. Guess that there's only one way to find out. Without further ado, Hayashi launched himself at his wife, and delivered a flurry of palm strikes. Hikari was able to block or dodge all of them nimbly, as well as deliver a few good hits herself. Still, her hits were barely able to hurt her husband. You're indeed better than I remember, Hayashi admitted. Though sadly the gentle fist won't work on reanimations like myself. Understood. Let me step up my game then, Hikari said, jumping backwards while making several hand seals, before clapping her hands together. Water Release, Water Palm. Water droplets formed around Hikari, before they gathered on her hands, covering them in a cloak of liquid. Hayashi watched the process with utmost interest. Elemental ninjutsu combined with the gentle fist, that was the idea Hinata mentioned she wanted to develop. Hayashi said in awe. I'm glad you still remember that. Needless to say, yeah, she soused with that. If anything, she took the gentle fist to heights you'd be unable to believe. Oh, if only she was here to show you. As much as I'd like to see how my daughters are and how much they've grown, I prefer if they don't see me in such a wretched state, Hayashi sorrowfully said, before charging forward. Now you'll have the opportunity to test how good that combination is, Hikari. Hikari began her counter-attack, delivering palm strikes that released short but power streams of water when she thrust her arms forward. She quickly reared both arms backwards. Water Release, Double Torrent Palm. Hikari pushed her hands forward, this time releasing a larger stream of water at her undead husband. Hayashi started to spin as chakra poured from his body. Heavenly Spin. Once again, the Hyuga clan's greatest defensive jutsu proved to be enough to keep the former clan head safe. I must admit, seeing the gentle fist combined with elemental ninjutsu is truly a sight to behold, Hayashi praised. You should see what Niji or our daughters are able to do, Hikari replied. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to cause me any harm, Hayashi continued, as his body slipped into a fighting stance once again. For your sake, I hope you have more techniques you can use than the ones you showed me. Heh, I knew beating you wouldn't be this easy. Anyway, fortunately, I do have a couple more tricks under my sleeve, Hikari said, smiling confidently as her hands flew through more hand seals. Water release, walking maelstrom. Water burst around Hikari in large quantities, gathering around her in the shape of a spinning liquid column. Hayashi narrowed his eyes as he scanned the jutsu through the vision of the Byakugan. The water around her is laced with her chakra, hiding her body from the Byakugan, Hayashi concluded. He smirked as his Byakugan instantly deactivated. Good one, Hikari. That way I won't be able to read your movements as long as I have the Byakugan active. Water Needle Palm. Hikari started to thrust her arms forward in quick Susazayan, releasing a barrage of water needles at her undead husband. In an amazing display of dexterity and speed, Hayashi managed to parry every single one of them with quick strikes of the gentle fist, with the Byakugan still deactivated. Hikari moved forward little by little as she continued her barrage, closing the distance between her and her husband. Until Hayashi suddenly reactivated the Byakugan. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Thursday sting both palms forward, Hayashi released a destructive wave of chakra from them. Hikari was too close to dodge, and took the attack in full, and was violently launched backwards, as the wave of chakra carved a wide furrow on the ground dash. Fortunately, her watery cloak absorbed some of them impact, so the damage wasn't as severe as it could have been. As the Hyuga Kunoichi struggled to get back on her feet while rebuilding her water chakra cloak, her Byakugan picked her husband rushing towards her, ready to continue the beating. Heh, nice, an opportunity to show him another of Hinata's jutsu, Hikari thought, as she smirked. Water release, Heavenly Rainstorm. Hikari started to spin in place, as she generated more chakra from her body that she instantly turned into more water, encasing herself into a protective watery tornado, just as Hayashi was about to strike her. The former Hyuga clan head felt as if he was trying to fight a tsunami, and this time it was his turn to be pushed backwards. Amazing! Not just the gentle fist, but the heavenly spin too. Hayashi asked. Like I said, you'd be amazed if you could see Hinata and Hanabi now, Hikari replied, after she stopped spinning. Then, her Byakugan picked up something. Huh. That moment, another Hyuga near identical to her husband landed beside her. Hello, Hikari-san. I saw that you were having a little trouble dealing with my brother, so I'm here to offer my assistance, Hisashi said, and without waiting for an answer, he locked eyes with his brother. Hello, Hayashi. It's been a while since your demise. Hisashi. What are you doing here? Hayashi asked, as panic crept through his back. You need to leave immediately, before I seriously hurt you. Hisashi chuckled as if his brother just told him a joke. Hurt me? Brother, you may have been the firstborn, but I was the stronger of the two. And I'd like to think that I gotten even stronger since then. That's not what I'm talking about. The caged bird seal. I don't think Hayashi said, as his body tensed. I'm sorry, brother. Hayashi's hands formed the hand seal necessary to trigger the caged bird seal. But much to the former clan head's shock, nothing happened. He tried a few more times, but the result was the same. What? Why it isn't working? Hayashi asked, perplexed. It's because I'm a reanimation now. Perhaps this might shed some light on your doubts, brother, Hisashi said, before removing his forehead protector. Hayashi gasped upon seeing that his brother's forehead was devoid of any seal. The seal, it's gone. Hayashi said, shocked. But how? Even if the main house and the elders somehow agreed to do such a thing, the seal was made to be impossible to remove. It happened after your eldest was appointed the new clan head, Hisashi began, as he put the forehead protector back. As for why and how it happened, both questions have the same answer, the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan? What does that myth has to do with anything? Hayashi asked. Hinata has the Tenseigan, Hayashi, Hikari interceded. And so does Hanabi. And the Tenseigan granted Hinata the power to remove the caged bird seal without harming the Visitum, Hisashi continued. And yes, most of the main house and the elders opposed her. But both Hinata and Hanabi have the Tenseigan, and the two of them were on the same page on this issue, who was going to oppose them. Hinata brought the Hyaga to a new era, Hayashi, Hikari said. The main and branch houses are no more. Now there's only Hyaga. One clan, as it should always have been. You saw some of the new jutsu your daughters created. Now, let me show you something that my son did, Hisashi said, as he crossed his arms in front of his face. Naturally, this is something my son is much better at, but I'm no slouch at either. Gate of opening, open. Mind disturbance jutsu. The Zetsu brute was paralyzed on the spot, unable to understand why his body moved on his own and was forced to attack his fellow Zetsu clones. The caster of the jutsu, Ino Yamanaka, couldn't help but let out a chuckle of satisfaction. These creatures might be big and strong, but their minds are just as easily to control as the smaller ones, Ino said, mostly to herself. The better for me. It's as true that saying about the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Eventually, her mind-controlled giant Zetsu was destroyed by a reanimation, one possessing a powerful lava release bloodline limit. She was about to mind control that reanimation when her sensing abilities noticed something. Among the sea of many chakras around her, she noticed a particular spike of chakra, the kind of spike produced by using mental jutsu, just like the ones from the Yamanaka. Is there another Yamanksa out there? The blonde wondered. Get away from me. I can't control my body. She heard some allied ninja scream. A Yamanaka is on the enemy side. She thought, shocked, as she moved towards the source of the disturbance. Of course, it has to be a reanimation. They'll need me to counter them, whoever it is. As she ran, attacking, or dodging Zetsu clones that got in her way, she finally saw several allied ninjas fighting against each other. Yes, this was the work of a Yamanaka. Whoever he was, as the new clan head, she would put an end to it. Don't worry guys, I'm here. You won't have to fear. Ino said, before her eyes finally saw the caster in question, and her enthusiasm vanished entirely. D-Daddy. Standing there, much to her horror, was the reanimated form of her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, just like how she remembered him, minus the cracked skin and black eyes. She felt as if somebody punched her in the gut, even if, in hindsight, she should have guessed that if Orochimaru wanted a Yamanaka for his army of zombies, Inoichi was the obvious choice. Maybe her subconscious didn't want to acknowledge the possibility and thus didn't bring it up. No, not you. Ino sobbed, as tears started to gather around her teal eyes. Ino. Inoichi said, finally noticing her daughter. Ino, is that you? Why yes daddy, it's me. She croaked. Dear Kami, you've grown so much, Inoichi said, as he appeared he was ready to cry as well. Such a pretty young woman. And I'm sure you're an even better kunoichi. I'm sorry I wasn't there to see you grow up. Yes, I'm a good kunoichi, or that's what I like to think, Ino said, forcing the tear backs, her lip quivering, as he held a kunao. And I'm going to show you how good I am by stopping you. Ino. A new voice said. That moment, Shikamaru, Koji, and Shikaku all landed besides her, making Inoichi to tense up. Guys. Ino began. We knew that the moment you saw your father, you'd want to face him, Shikamaru began. But that doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Yeah, Inoichi-san was like family for us too. Koji added. It's good to see that you're alive as well, Inoichi said, his face looking relieved. But where is Choza? Please don't tell me that he dash. Choza is fine, Shikaku was quick to answer. He's not with us, as he was chosen to be part of a group for a special mission. Inoichi sighed again. Thank goodness I was the only casualty among our families that day. He said. Then, his expression went from relieved to panicked, as his body tensed up. "Guys, watch out, I'm going to attack. Mind evisceration jutsu." The 3 teens and 1 adult opposing Inoichi all fell to their knees while clutching their heads in pain when their brains felt like they were being cut with a burning knife. Their enemies incapacitated, Inoichi pulled a kunai and rushed forward. "You'll need something better than that to put me down, old friend," Shikaku said, as he struggled against the searing pain coursing through his head, and formed a single hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikaku's shadow darkened before it stretched and rocketed towards the incoming Inoichi, who gracefully sidestepped it without stopping his charge forward. The shadow split into smaller threads, forcing Inoichi to jump back a bit, but he made evident he wasn't going to stop. Struggling against the mental pain, Ino reached for her ninja tool pouch, and grabbed a smoke bomb. After her battle with Sai, she decided to carry at least a dozen with her before a mission and tossed it at her father's feet, filling the area in a dense cloud of purple smoke. Inoichi's body decided it was for the best not to attack blind. "Good, that bought us some time," Ino thought, as she started making hand seals. "Guys, let me enter your minds. I can connect them to mine." Mind fragmentation jutsu. Fragments of Ino's mind left her and entered her teammates and Shikaku. She could now see and hear what they saw and heard, and their minds were now linked together, allowing them to share their thoughts without the enemy knowing. "Good job, Ino," Shikamaru said. "I know that Yamanakas can create mental shields to protect yourselves from enemy psychic attacks. Can you do that with us?" "I can, but since you only have a tiny piece of my mind inside your head, it won't be as effective as a full shield," Ino replied. "It will be better than nothing, Ino," Shikaku said. "Shikamaru, you and I will focus on immobilizing him. Ino, make sure to counter his psychic jutsu with yours. Koji, you will be the one to squash him once we incapacitate him." "Understood." "Yes sir." The Ino Shikacho team chorused in unison. "Come on Shikamaru," the Nara Patriarch said, as he and Shikamaru made the same hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. This time, 2 shadowy tendrils rocketed out of their shadows towards Inoichi. The undead Yamanaka had no choice but to fall back, lest him be trapped. Ino saw the perfect chance to strike. "All right then, my turn," Ino said, as her hands made 4 hand seals as quickly as she could. Mind clone switch jutsu. Cloning her mind several times, she transferred them towards several white Zetsu clones near them, and immediately directed them towards her father. The 2 Naras noticed what Ino was doing, and they directed their shadows in order to force Inoichi into Ino's trap, and indeed, the possessed white Zetsu tackled the reanimation into the ground. "Great work, guys," Shikaku said. "Koji, now. Partial multi-size jutsu." Koji made a hand seal as his arms grew in size. He brought both arms up, ready for a downward smash. "I'm sorry Inoichi-san." However, before Koji could smash the former Yamanaka clan head, several chakra threads shot from seemingly nowhere, attached themselves to the white Zetsu, and pulled them from Inoichi. The undead Yamanaka rolled to the side just before Koji smashed his enlarged fists into the ground, opening a crater. "What?" Shikamaru asked. Inoichi made a hand seal, and thrust his hands towards the defenseless Koji. Mind disturbance jutsu. Aoic. Koji yelped, as his body started to twitch. "My body. I can't control it." That moment, a redhead garbed in Akatsuki cloak landed near them, chakra threads attached to his fingers. After dispelling the threads, he pulled out a scroll from under his robe, and unsealed 2 ordinary-looking human-shaped puppets from it. "That was a nice tactic you were doing there. Pity I had to crash it," the puppeteer said. Given his blackened eyes and cracked skin, was a reanimation as well. "Wait, who the hell is this guy?" Ino asked. "He's wearing an Akatsuki cloak, and he's using puppets. He must be Sasori. We got word that Orochimaru revived Kakuzu, no wonder he also did the same with other Akatsuki members," Shikamaru said, gritting his teeth in anger. "Ah, so you know of me," Sasori said, his tone being calm. "Too bad I don't have my best works of art here to show you. Instead, all I have are these pitiful outdated contraptions. I couldn't give a crap about your art. You nearly murdered my girlfriend, and you are going to pay for it. Shikamaru said. I murdered many people, yet you are angry for one of the few I failed to kill, Sasori said, and chuckled as if somehow that twist of logic amused him. And you will join them soon enough. I'm sorry, Koji, Inoichi said, as he commanded Koji to attack Shikamaru. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. However, before Koji could get close to Shikamaru, his father intervened, using the clan's signature ability to root him in place. Ino, try to relieve Koji from the mind control. I'm on it. Ino replied. No, you won't, Sasori calmly said, as he directed his puppets towards her. One of the puppets grew several baldies around its arms and body, while the other opened up multiple slots across its body that fired kunao and shuriken more than likely poisoned towards the blonde Yamanaka. Ino, don't let those weapons touch you. They're coated in a deadly poison. Remember Kankuro and Tamari. Shikamaru urgently reminded her, as he moved to assist her. Ah, the fourth Kazekige's other two kids, which somehow managed to survive my poison, Sasori said, sounding a little ashamed. I guess the girl was the girlfriend you talked about. Oh well, it's irrelevant. Given that you didn't expect to see me, I deduce you won't have an antidote for my poison. All the better then. While Sasori kept Shikamaru and Ino busy, Inoichi took his chance and ran away from the fight, much to Shikaku's surprise. Knowing that Inoichi could keep Koji under control while he ran away, the Nara clan head tentatively released his jutsu, freeing Koji, who felt that his body was under his control once again. Koji, are you okay? Shikaku asked. Yeah. My body is my own again, and I don't think he left anything in my mind either, Koji replied. Though, why did Inoichi leave? With me busy keeping you immobilized, it was the perfect chance to strike me down, Shikaku said, worried. What did dash? Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Suddenly, Shikaku and Koji found themselves about to be engulfed by a massive fireball coming from above. Shikaku was able to push Koji away while jumping to the side, allowing the two of them to dodge the initial explosion. Still, they were close enough to it to be caught in the shockwave, which sent the two of them flying in opposite directions, before landing on the ground with a painful thud. Dad! Koji! Shikamaru screamed after noticing what just happened. You don't have time to worry about others, brat, Sasori said, as he made one of the puppets to shower him with poisoned kunao and senbon. Don't worry, son, I'm okay, Shikaku said, coughing as he dust and ashes raised by the explosion got into his lungs. Hold on, I'm going to act. Dad. Shikaku looked down, and saw the blade of a katana coming out of his chest, red with his own blood. He only had a few moments of consciousness before his eyes rolled into the back of his head, as life left his body. The wielder of the katana pulled by kicking Shikaku's lifeless body forward, revealing the identity of the killer. It was Fugaku Uchiha. Lateral bolt of pain. Delivered a brutal horizontal chop to the nearest enemy who had the misfortune of facing him, this time, a moon puppet. The chop carried so much force that not only was the puppet instantly split in two, but said halves burst into many pieces of metal and plastic, which were spread across the grassy ground, joining the many pieces of white zetsu flesh and more puppet remains that fought the Raikage. Had separated himself a little from the thick of the battle, since he needed a lot of space to move and his attacks caused widespread destruction and didn't want any of his ninjas under his command to end as collateral damage. Several reanimations tried their luck against him, with the same results. Despite being strong ninjas, though, the Raikage didn't reckons most of them with powerful bloodline limits, A's combination of unbeatable speed and sheer strength proved to be too much for them, and found themselves overwhelmed. Though, the Raikage was about to face an enemy that would prove to be more than a match for him. Shinra Tensei. One moment, A was dispatching a white zetsu brute, and the next one he found himself flying and crashing against a tree, which was snapped in two due to the sheer force of the impact. Still, the 1st Division commander appeared to be completely unharmed. What the hell was that? The Raikage roared, his nostrils flaring and teeth gritting with anger of being caught off guard like that. Show yourself, coward. The answer came in the form of several whistles. Looking up, I saw multiple missiles flying towards him. The Raikage snorted dismissively, and with his phenomenal speed, dodging them was child's play. And by following the direction the missiles came from, finally found his ambusher, a red-headed man with an Akatsuki cloak. Though what stood out from that man were his eyes, purple with concentrical rings. That washed away every doubt about his identity. "So, you're the one called Pain, right?" Akatsuki's former leader, I said, locking eyes with the reanimation. "Of course Orochimaru would bring you back to life. That's a name I used to wear, but not anymore. I prefer if you referred to me with my actual name, Nagato," Nagato said, before tilting his head. "Though if you know about me, then you should fall back and come back with reinforcements. I saw you fight and you have power and skill, but not enough to overcome the power of the Rinnegan." In less than a second, the Raikage was behind him, ready to split him in two with a vertical chop with a hand coated in lightning. "Don't underestimate me, Shinra Tensei." Before the Raikage could touch the reanimation, he was violently thrown back. This time, though, he was able to land on his feet, break his momentum, and dash towards Nagato again. "I know how the Rinnegan works. That jutsu is powerful, but he needs to wait 5 seconds to use it again," the Raikage thought, as he blitzed towards the undead Akatsuki. "And with my speed, I can kill you 10 times in a row." Indeed, Nagato was unable to dodge or even block the Raikage's brutal fist aimed towards his face. However, the redhead merely disappeared in a burst of smoke, leaving a log behind, which was instantly shattered to splinters. "A replacement," the Raikage snarled, as he looked around. "A man of your power needs to use such a jutsu to beat me." The earth started to rumble, as nearby trees were toppled down as something big rushed through the forest. Said something turned out to be a gigantic ox and an equally large rhino, both of them with Rinnegan eyes and black rods on their bodies. "Impressive monsters," the Raikage calmly said, as he prepared for the assault. The rhino managed to reach first, and lowered its head in order to gore the Raikage with its massive horn. However, I managed to catch the beast's horn expertly, and while he was pushed backwards, he managed to root himself in place by digging his feet into the ground, stopping the giant animal on its tracks. "You're going to need something more than big dumb animals to put me down," the Raikage roared, his chakra cloak flaring bright, as he lifted the rhino and used it to bludgeon the giant ox. The strike wasn't hard enough to cancel the summon in one go, but it was sure it would be enough to leave them out of Komi's Zion for a while. "Bansho Tenin." The Raikage was once again sent flying backwards, though this time he felt as if he was being pulled towards something rather than being pushed away. He braced for the impact, but much to his surprise, his flight was stopped not when he crashed into something, but when a giant lobster claw caught him, pinning his arms to his body. "How many of these animals do you dash?" the Raikage was about to ask, when he felt a hand placed on his head. Psychic mind transmission. The Raikage felt how a foreign presence tried to pierce his mind. He tried to expel it, but despite his mental fortitude and unbreakable willpower, the intruder was far too skilled in the arts of psychic ninjutsu, and entered his mind. Suddenly, the Raikage was forced to relieve several memories as the enemy scanned his mind, until he found what he was looking for. A memory where the Raikage was talking with his brother, Darui, Mabi and other high-ranked Kumo ninjas about the decision to send B and the other 2 Jinchuriki to Genbia the Turtle Island for protection and training. His blood froze upon realizing that such information was now in the hands of the enemy. No. Fueled by both anger at his enemies and fear for his brother's life, his lightning chakra cloak exploded with power, pushing the Yamanaka away and forcing the giant crustacean's claw open. When the sea creature lowered its claw again, the Raikage grabbed each end of the claw, lifted it above his head, and using his rage to fuel his strength, tossed it against the edge of the forest, toppling several trees in the process. "I'm sorry," voice said behind him. The Raikage turned around, and saw a blond man with blonde hair styled in a ponytail, wearing the standard Konoha uniform. His blackened eyes and cracked skin betrayed his identity as a reanimation. "You," the Raikage seethed. "Just what did you do?" "Orochimaru forced me to scan your mind. He was linked to me as I did it," the man replied. "He now knows where the Jinchuriki are hiding. I'm sorry, I have no control over my dash." In less than a second, the Raikage crossed the distance separating them, and with a powerful punch, disintegrated the man's head. A second later, his lifeless body fell on his back. Still, the Raikage knew that he would be back in a few minutes. Mountain Graveyard. Kukyuku. I know where the Jinchuriki are hidden, Orochimaru said out loud in a taunting manner. Obito, who was lazily resting against a rock wall with his eyes closed upon that moment, snapped his eyes opened, and almost jumped upon hearing those words. What? Where are they? Obito demanded, as he stomped towards where Orochimaru was sitting. Speak. Calm down, Obito-kun. I don't know the exact location, but I obtained a pretty good hint, Orochimaru said. Apparently, Kyumigakuer has a base built on an island that's not an island, but a giant turtle. That's where the Jinchuriki are being hidden. Clever. Very clever, Obito admitted. Kami knows how long it would have taken us to find such a place. Said turtle moves to a different location every day, meaning that even if you find it, it will be on a different spot the next time, Orochimaru warned him. I can take care of that, Obito said, snapping his fingers. Zetsu the original emerged from under the ground. You called, boss? The white half asked. According to new intel, the Jinchuriki are hidden on a mobile island. Said island has to be somewhere in the seas to the east and west of the Land of Lightning, Obito explained. Tell the flying Zetsu to explore that area. It will be done, boss, the black half replied, as it sunk back into the ground. Good work, Orochimaru, Obito said, albeit begrudgingly. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, you provided Akatsuki with a decisive victory. Orochimaru smirked sadistically. Oh, I can make our victory even greater. Now watch. Check the description for the links to the author.